Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Remy McNeil, and joining me, as always, are the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
And the impartial Kaiser Shonen.
That's not a bad one. How are y'all doing?
The random generator liked you today.
I guess I'm glad someone did.
Joining us as guest host once more is I Know Nothing.
Hello, please help me. Twilight has me in a ritual circle. Please help. Please help. There's no way
I
out.
was about to say, I feel like at this point he has graduated from guest status and into hostage.
Well, it's one way to describe it, but I'll take it.
Yes, today we are returning to our adventures in Balinor, but first I want to give a shout out to Robert Glendinning. Good old Robert Glendinning, who gifted us 5 memberships. So everyone that got caught in that little blast, I hope you enjoy being a member for the next month or so, which means you are obligated to hang out with us every Wednesday and Friday now for the next month or so. As we stream, and you get to enjoy all the fun emotes that are available to you. You can find them down in the emotes tab for the chat. But yes, we are back with Unicorns of Balinor. It's been a hot minute. I think the last time we did this,
it's been a while.
JYCT 47. We're like 30. It's been 30 episodes or so since we've done this.
Yeah, it's been a while because you guys have been so obsessed with like the arcane streams and all that.
Yeah. So
and to be fair, we had to get that. That one is shorter, so we had to get that one out of the way.
Was it though?
It didn't feel.
How many chapters left do we have in this book?
Chapters in the book. There's 14 chapters per book.
Yeah,
we have several books left, my man.
Books, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 9 books.
When's the Symphogear stream? We're not doing a Symphogear stream anytime.
Fuck no! Ain't no way. I'm sorry.
What the heck is Symphogear?
Dog,
don't ask.
Want to know. You don't want to know.
I'll tell you about it later. I'll tell you
like Raymond has told me I didn't want to know, but he has given to me that knowledge.
Dude. Oh my god, it's like that scene.
Symphogear is a guilty pleasure anime for me. It's
dog, it's like that scene from Atlantis, The Lost Empire. All right, Raymond, don't tell him, okay? You shouldn't have told me, but you did. But now I'm telling you, you don't want to know.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Now, granted, it wasn't Raymond who told me about it. It was some other friends that told me about it, and it's okay. I never watched it proper, but I heard some not.
Yeah,
my statement has always been the first season is actually decent. It ruins itself in the last 30 seconds. Quite literally, the last 30 seconds ruins like the thematic emotional core. And then season 2 doesn't know what it is. Season 3 they figure out we're just stupid. We are rock stupid dumb. And so we're gonna blow up what? We're gonna blow up K2. We're gonna blow up a fucking mountain. Let's have that. And they do. It's quite frankly the opening to season 3 is one of the most insane fucking things ever, and I love it to death. The series never even manages to cap that. Not even when one of the characters grows into a 60-foot tall giant god possessed woman.
Hey yo,
what?
And they have to shoot giant electro-shock things into her body, including both of her butt cheeks.
Okay, my friends didn't tell me about this. Are you sure this show is...
Season 4 gets insane. I mean, they all get insane. They meet God. Well, they meet angels.
Okay, I was gonna say meeting God is like average for the average Japanese schoolboy.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, look, the natural enemy of gods is the Japanese high school student.
Elaborate. Yeah. No, I'm not going to elaborate. Watch Symphogear, except don't.
The elaboration for my statement is JRPGs.
Yeah. I was about to say that. I mean, meeting God for Japanese schoolboys.
Well, yeah, I had to correct myself because it wasn't God per se. They never actually meet God. They meet a manifestation of an angel. Like it's it's complicated. Look, the lore. The reason why I actually dislike a lot of Symphogear is the lore gets so fucking convoluted where they keep retconning shit, and it's really annoying.
So it's like a Marvel comic book.
I was going to say it's the average Marvel comic or DC.
Yeah, and there's a reason I don't read those.
Yeah.
Save yourself. I've already been lost.
But yeah, Paladin, good to see you, and Billy Donuts. Yeah, I saw you in here too. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see all of you.
Final thing for shows to watch, actually, that we're talking about. Just finished Andor season 2, and holy crap, that was fun.
Yeah, I hear it's good.
Okay,
so there is an easy meme you can put in your videos, Celtic. K2SO, the robot.
Yes.
There's a bit where a guard for the Imperial says, "Hey, are you with this group?" He says no, and then he bitch slaps him off a railing. And it is the single greatest set of 5 seconds that I've seen from Disney Star Wars.
Dog, I should definitely use that as like my
it's amazing. Please do.
Part of the clips I use in YouTube. Like not even like playing the whole thing, but like, during while I'm talking.
I am unironically putting that into my YouTube video of just like
dude, you gotta link that to me when you get the chance.
It's just no, and then you
it's so too good. Bad that most of what I'm focusing on right now is fixing Ruby, which doesn't really have a lot of room for that.
Oh no, fixing Ruby, a really good project, and you're doing so bad. Oh no, you can't put this in. Truly, your people must, your audience must suffer with really good quality writing and good art. Truly, you're hurting so much.
You just have to put it in Artificer.
Yeah, I'll have K2SO in the order. Actually, a character like that wouldn't be too bad in Artificer now that I think about it.
He would fit in quite well, actually.
I don't forget Cyril on his bed, depressed. That's also hilarious. I've seen that one. That one's also
yes. That's apparently
an ad lib.
That's a really good one.
Him collapsing on the bed like that was apparently just an ad lib by the actor, and they're like, "That's fucking awesome. Keep it."
He just just laid down.
It's not like you released something related to Fruby today. No, totally not like I did.
Totally not.
I have
nope. Certainly not.
Editing wise, I actually have episode 1 in a roughly done state, but I'm just like thinking like I'm gonna have to do all that for the next several episodes. I'm tired already. Suffering from success. Yes. Oh, but yes, I will now hand the reins over to Twilight, the expert in this particular field, as she runs us by Unicorns of Balinor Book 4,
right,
by Fire, by Moonlight.
Oh my
god. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, I've told you guys this before, but this is actually the best book in the series, so it's all downhill from here.
It is, yes.
Well, shit. I mean, at least we'll have a good time for a change, I guess. I mean, not that we always don't.
Like,
I mean...
Relatively. And as always, the Kindle cover is just awful. Just this generic 3D unicorn.
That looks like an AI unicorn. I'll be 100% honest.
It does. Yeah, it really does.
AI before AI is our thing, dude. Are we sure that the early 2000s was not very advanced?
It looks so sad and pathetic. Like
in the arms of the
edge. Look at this. Oh shoot! I didn't.
You moved through things.
Yeah, just look at it. It's just awful. And look at the beautiful original cover art.
Oh yeah, that is
wow. Yeah.
Okay, yes, it's pretty, but the Maidenhead makes me feel uncomfortable. It's like it's almost too realistic. Like what?
It's that art style of the age is where I'm able to give it a bit more leeway.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not saying it's poorly rendered. I'm just saying that like it creeps me out. And like I don't know, was that intentional?
It's a little bit of an uncanny valley, yeah.
That's fair.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Billy, for the donut. And
Billy Donuts.
Where is it? Looks like something I'd see at my grandma's house. Celestial Warlock. Be nicer to your grandmother.
Yo.
The original, the original art piece, by the way, not this current one.
Oh. Oh. Why would your grandmother have that?
Be more respectful to your elders, man.
If you can go back to the current, the updated cover, quote unquote, or whatever it is, the Kindle cover.
Sure.
Is there something wrong with like the arm or the leg? I guess like it feels like
Yes.
because like
There is, yes.
Okay,
there's
I
I feel
was
like
about
there's
to
an
say.
extra joint there where there shouldn't be.
Correct.
Yeah.
The thing really with horns joints is that they're very beautiful creatures, and they're connected directly for the torso for everything. So that like little bit where it's like jutting out more like an arm.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a weird
Yeah, that shit
alien
happens.
horse.
Well, he is. Well, I can't remember all
Maybe
of
the
his
artist doesn't know how to draw
titles.
horses. It's a 3D
Wait.
asset, I'm pretty sure.
Wait, is this
Yeah, it's
supposed to be Sun Chaser?
We don't know. This is just a generic white unicorn
I assumed.
From-
I
that
assumed
they
when I
picked up
first
from
saw
the
it.
asset store.
When I first saw it, I thought it was Illuminor.
Illuminor.
Get the
He's-
rolling R's.
He's golden.
Yeah, there's a little gold there.
Right.
Is this Entia? The shape
Our enemy.
I love how it's been so long that you can't even.
It's been a while.
It has been
do
so
the
long
joke
that I've
right anymore.
forgotten every single character's names, and so I am struggling. I'm like, oh god, what was this character's name? I think Lincoln was the dog. I remember that. Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Lincoln was the dog, and you can see here in the original art they did actually mess up the art of Lincoln here.
Poor dog,
They-
man. Like, look at him.
I know, like it is a beautiful
He's a
picture
chunky.
of Lassie, but that's not Lincoln.
He's just a wall.
That's
No,
not
no,
a
I'll
dog.
do it.
That's a throw pillow.
No, I'll do it better.
Oh my
I'll do it even better. Bro is a square.
Yes.
All
I-
these squares
I
makes a
like
circle.
you would expect that like the dog would decompress as it like walks out, like if we were to see it fully. But no, I imagine it like kind of like waddles out with like a little tuba and like
The
waddles
fluff,
back and forth.
the fluff
up and down.
changes in accordance to its container.
What's that, Lincoln? Someone's falling down the well. It's like, hey, Lincoln. Did you say I Lincoln? No, I said, hey, Lincoln.
Oh my god.
But yeah, for the longest time, this art had actually made me believe that that's what Lincoln looked like in the books. So then when I reread the books for these streams, I was surprised to learn that his coat was tricolored, black, brown, and white, and not brown and white.
There's a little, there's
red
the
and
nose. You can look at the little lock of hair coming around his eye, like right there. That's a little bit of black. Totally, yeah.
Yeah, my eyebrows
Totally.
are 100% black. I totally am not for that.
I mean, I'm just black everywhere, so what do I know?
True.
Thank you.
But
God, you said it, not me.
Whoops
I
and
knew-
parallelogram.
Oh my god.
To be fair, when you get
But yeah, that's-
a commission from cover, you usually don't get a lot of detail about the book. I mean, yeah, no, it's look, as much as we're making fun of the original cover art, it is miles and away better than this bullshit right here.
Right,
Yes.
right.
At least the
Yes.
characters vaguely
All right.
resemble themselves.
It's the fact that it's so generic that really gets me. It's just like, it's a unicorn. Congratulations. Where are we at?
yeah.
Boring.
Anyway.
Dogs are important. Remember that. Correct, Epic Master.
Oopsies.
Always, they're always important.
Okay, so we start chapter 1 again with Atalanta, the Dream Speaker.
The shifter, our enemy. Wait,
No, wrong person.
Wrong.
She talks
Wrong
about the shifter, our enemy.
So, if you'll recall, since it has been a very, very long time since we've gone through these books,
Very long time since
the main character is Ariana. She is the princess of a magical kingdom called Balinor that lives in another dimension that is still somehow connected to Earth, but was separated from the rest of Earth since the time of the glaciers. And somehow...
Apparently.
But
we
that,
went over that,
sometime long before the glaciers or long after the glaciers. Like the timeline.
We went over that a while ago.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what we went over with that. It's like that was all over the place.
Correct.
It was. So from what has been described, it is both an alternate dimension and yet not. It is part of Earth and yet also separate from Earth. It is considered another world and yet on the same plane as Earth. But also the sky is a different color than our sky, and the trees and the grass are also different colors from the trees and grass on Earth. And it looks like a completely alien world, even though that it is technically a part of Earth. And it used to be the same place as Earth until the glaciers had come from the last ice age and changed everything and cut off Balinor specifically from the rest of Earth.
Don't forget the carnivores.
Oh, before we keep on going, I did want to mention this because I completely forgot with all the other stuff going on today. Yes, sure. The One Piece live stream from last week got copyright struck, like actual struck. I'm currently in dispute with it right now. I don't know if we'll make it back up, but I've got a copyright strike on my channel now. So yeah,
that sucks.
That kind of blows. We had a lot of fun with that. So if anyone was wondering where that was, currently Team Jack 71 is non-extant. I'm hopefully going to get it back sometime soon.
Sorry about that, man.
Nah, it's all good. I wasn't careful enough.
Oh, let me say sorry.
Okay, so Ariana lost her memory in an accident after Entia the Shifter, our enemy, had betrayed the kingdom of Balinor, known as the Great Betrayal, which happened 6 months ago. So she spent the 6 months on Earth, on the other side of the gap, recovering her broken legs, and she had magically induced amnesia so that she couldn't remember anything. And she forgot that her bonded unicorn wasn't a horse, he was a unicorn, and she had to find all of the lost pieces of his horn, which were just mostly gifted to her by all of the servants, just leaving them around for her to conveniently find. She didn't have to, like, look for them herself or anything like that, except for this, like, one piece.
One Piece!
The One Piece is real! And it's very
adding Luffy to this would only improve it.
Honestly, yes. Especially Netflix Luffy.
I mean, like, oh, well, that's weird. Why? They just left that here? Why would they do that? They left it here for me. It's like, why would they really?
So, the 6 months thing is going to be very important to remember. So put a pin in that.
I was gonna say
put a pin in our I Know Nothing book.
Thank you.
So book 2 started with Ariana and Sunchaser in Balinor with Lori. Because remember Lori, the annoying human girl that was a spoiled brat who fell into Balinor with Aerie and Chase because she wanted to ride Chase so badly.
Her dad was going to shoot a rented horse.
Yes, her dad was going to shoot a rented horse on somebody else's property.
As you do.
You don't, actually.
Anyway.
As you don't. And so
Junior. No, sorry. He said ride in many different ways, and I stopped that.
This is an 11 to 12-year-old girl, sir, or madam, whoever you are, whatever you are.
The only place where innuendos belong in this is when they're referring to Ariana and her fucking horse. Are we clear on that?
Emphasis
to be fair,
on the fucking.
The innuendos do
already
write themselves.
Like, hold off.
Oh, why did we disappear? I realized that the text was black for some reason instead of, white, which was much more readable, so I just swapped you guys over. And it reset it.
Okay. So the second book was all about searching for Sunchaser's horn and restoring it to him before he apparently lost his ability to be a unicorn forever.
I didn't hear enough quotations when you said the premise was searching for the horn. It was more like stumbling upon it everywhere it was.
Everywhere it was placed deliberately. And even then, there were only 4 pieces, despite the fact that there is a large horn. And also, she already had, 2 pieces from the first book, and then she immediately got a 3rd piece toward the beginning of the second book, and then she just had to travel one last place to Entia's castle for the last piece in order to restore her unicorn before he lost the ability to unicorn.
If quests were this easy, we would never have any Greek epics.
Yep.
Fucking
and the third...
just being like, yeah, all I have to do is not open this bag, and the bag never gets opened. Just
all I gotta do is open this bag.
And the third book, if you'll remember, that was where Raymond broke his brain because we learned about some of the laws of Balinor, including the one where it's apparently against the law for carnivorous animals to eat meat because that is considered evil.
I completely forgot it. Oh God,
I didn't.
I buried that. I buried that.
We lost our collective shit at that. Oh my God. It's BRB.
The vegetarian tigers.
I still feel bad about them. Oh God, it's vegans.
Someone check on this woman's pets, please.
She owns horses. We've been over this.
Yeah, the whole thing about this world is that it is perfectly catered specifically to unicorns. It is unicorn supremacy. Everyone has to cater to the comfort of unicorns, which are effectively horses. So that means because horses are prey animals, anyone who eats meat is considered a bad person.
And isn't it that the whole dark corruption thing that's going on, isn't that it makes them carnivorous, they want to eat meat?
Yes.
Correct. So literally the thing that the unicorns are fighting against is just nature. They are literally fighting against the natural order.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're fighting against the natural order and entropy. Truly, Isa's favorite series. Sorry, I had to say it. I apologize, Isa.
It's okay. We dunk on him so much for that. He's used to it by now.
I love him though, so.
Yeah. I still remember that one person. I don't know if they deleted their comment or it got deleted somehow, but someone was saying that I'd made an ass of myself because I tried to dunk on Isa and it turned out that he had actually said something correct for once. And then I took it in good nature. It's how did I make an ass of myself for making fun of one of my friends? In a good-hearted way.
We rib each other all the time.
Yeah. It was so funny.
The fact that he actually got one up on us. So that's
God
rare.
dang it, really. I just caught that. Hi, Isa. How are you?
Isa. No, it's Isa.
I did say Isa.
No, I'm correcting Celestial Warlock.
Oh.
Iza. That Isa.
Yeah.
That's an Izanagi.
Izanagi 009. That is the full handle.
Is this the part where I climb on the unicorn Gundam statue and spray paint the words "false god" on its chest? Yes. I mean, we will condemn you because we have to denounce. But go ahead, do it. No balls.
Anyway, so the second half of the third book was them having to retrieve the royal scepter of Balinor, which was held by Entia in his other castle. Because he has 2 castles. He has the Balinor castle, which Ariana used to live in, which is now an evil place. And also he has he has his own castle in the place known as the Valley of Fear, which is made of your wasted hopes and dreams, apparently.
To be fair to Entia of having 2 castles, wouldn't you want to have, if you had the money and the power, like, wouldn't you want to have a summer home?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Didn't they just walk in like right into the gates of the fucking place?
Yeah, before they got discovered, they managed to get inside the castle before the alarm bells rang.
Security's a bitch, man.
Yeah.
It's one of the most embarrassing like protections ever. It's like congratulations, you've defeated the purpose of a fucking castle.
Yeah. Also, remember, it was absolutely hell to get through the Valley of Fear because there's no food or water that isn't corrupted or poisoned in some way. So they had to only bring food and water. They couldn't bring food and water outside. They had to use magic. And by just being inside the Valley of Fear for like a couple of hours made it so that they were severely dehydrated.
Jake the Surgeon says, imagine reading. True. And actually, in really good close follow-up, Jake Karn asks, any tips or advice on trying to find a good editor or publishing agent? Honestly, I've had good luck with Fiverr. I found my editor for The Artificer on there. You can find all sorts of editors, copy editors, developmental editors. You can find them on Fiverr for relatively cheap, which is to say the good ones are going to run you a couple $100, which you just got to be willing to bite that bullet. It's fine.
And speaking of personal experience, it's Boomer and everything, but Facebook, there are several writing groups that have full things of editors, and I found my editor there.
Yeah.
And
as for
I found my editor on YouTube, but she is also on Fiverr. So, like, anywhere, just search around, like, Google and stuff for editors. You will find editors wherever. You can search pretty much anywhere you can find an editor.
Publishing agent is a lot more complicated.
You've got to find them online and email them. That's how I got a foot in the door of my publishing agent. You have to effectively give a elevator pitch to agents, and a good chunk of them are already in contract to a very big publishing firm, so there's like a lot of crazy stuff there, but it's effective. Sorry?
I was reading Jake the Surgeon's. Yeah.
Oh,
you've never heard of Empress Teresa? Oh my god, we have to do that now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared.
You should be.
My final statement for the publishing agent: persistence. You have to really get it out there, and sometimes, speaking from experience, they will say, okay, I like the pitch idea, but I was given the first few chapters of your book. It isn't good enough. Please redo it. And that's what led to my current predicament of 27 different edits of Caliburn. Holy shit.
Yeah. That's how this happens. That's why I self-publish.
Yep, it's 100% persistence. Keep at it. You'll be fine, Jake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so don't go searching up Empress Teresa, Raymond. We will get to that eventually. And
dude, Empress Teresa is legendary, okay?
I feel like I have heard of it, but I've never looked into it. So
both of you are cruel.
Please. You're not allowed to say anything.
I ain't saying
spoilers.
I ain't saying shit.
Listen, Jake, all you need to know is if Empress Teresa can get published, you can. Okay? I believe in you.
True.
I know you don't know what it is, but I believe me, that means everything.
But yes, if you'll continue on with the rest of the summary for Unicorns of Balinor so far, we ended on a bit of a cliffhanger for book 3 when Lori, Chase, and Ari fell through a hole, presumably another gap. Because remember the prophecy that the old mayor of the mountain had given them, 3 of 6 shall not return.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
How about that?
But we start chapter 1 again, as always, with Atlanta the Dream Speaker.
Okay, I'm gonna get a drink.
You know what? So
She
am I.
closed her eyes.
you have the reins.
Actually, I already have water over
Okay.
here. Never mind, I don't need it.
She closed her eyes, grateful for the momentary peace in the Celestial Valley. There was trouble in Balinor, the world of humans that Atalanta and her kind had guarded for thousands of years. Last night, the watching pool had failed to deliver visions of the world below the Celestial Valley. This was the first time in the history of the Celestial Valley that the pool had failed her. This meant serious trouble.
No, it didn't.
Trouble.
I'm
Trouble's
sorry.
so dangerous. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm sorry, guys. Remember, I was quote unquote tricked into reading this stuff with friends and everything else. Like, you have no idea the amount of just like PTSD flashbacks I'm having right now with this book series.
Yeah.
I blame Twilight 100%, but I can't escape. She has me trapped, guys. Please help.
No, we have just started. We had done we messed around a bit, talked a bit to people. We did a summarization of the last 3 books, and now we're just starting Spaced Out, so don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
Where am I? This meant serious trouble. Trouble so dangerous that Atalanta had asked for help from the deep magic. Last night, the Dream Speaker had sent word to the old mayor of the mountain, an ancient unicorn, perhaps even the first unicorn. The old mayor was the heart of the deep magic. If any trouble could come to the Princess Ariana and her bonded unicorn, the Sun Chaser, it was she.
Trouble, you mean the comic that implies that Aunt May might be Peter Parker's mom?
No, we're not talking about that.
Also, that's not implied. I'm pretty sure that's fucking textual in that comic.
Oh. Wow.
No,
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, no one ever acknowledges
We
that
don't
as
talk
canon.
about trouble.
Yeah.
We don't talk about trouble.
That is a bizarre fucking editorial choice.
I
Hey,
know.
guys, Celestial Warlock, it was in the same era as people saying, yeah, the Green Goblin totally had sex with Gwen Stacy right before she died.
Oh, fuck, I forgot that was a thing they kept trying to retcon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Marvel Comics, everybody. I think Twy is just annoyed at us.
Yeah.
Twy?
No,
Why?
since you were talking comic books, I went to go get a drink.
Oh.
Oh, understandable. Have a good... That's perfectly fair, as you were, sir.
Yeah. So, you'll get a lot of extra repetition because this book loves to remind these books love to remind you of things that happened in the last books, which are only
These
100
books
pages
like to
long and
remind
came
you
out every
what
2
happened
months.
3 lines ago.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. I didn't mean to do that. So, someone calls to Atalanta, and it is Redinal. Redinal stood at the edge of the riverbank, worry in every line of his muscular body. It's a really stupid line.
Also very specific.
Remind me, have
we
you
already
met
know.
Rednall before?
I think he's been, mentioned before, but I don't remember if he's actually been present. And if so, then it was the last book, and he was just a very minor character.
Okay.
But yeah. How do you have worry on every line of your muscular body? Can you tell when the creases on your toes are worried?
Man, I sure love how the crease on my shirt is very concerned about the current oncomings of events.
So,
Yep.
is this just a Mashal joke? because Mashl's a comedy manga of magic and muscle, and the main character is basically just Saitama. And
Yeah.
the joke is that he names all of his muscles, and sometimes it's like, oh, my like tricep is warning me of danger.
My tricep senses are tingling.
Basically, yes.
The horse girl. We can never be. Not because you're a horse, but because you're over
Because
30.
you're black.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I don't feel like that would stop her.
Yeah, no.
All the unicorns in the Celestial Valley were bound to color by the rainbow spectrum. Rednull was a deep crimson, which signified his position as lead stallion of the Red Band. Rednull was even more than just that. He was the brother to Sunchaser, the great bronze stallion who is lord of the animals in Balinor.
Is that I guess magic? I mean, I'm just like, can you get a bronze and a red horse? I mean, I know you can't get a red horse, but you can get like a reddish brown. Could you theoretically get that from the same parent? But I mean, I guess magic.
Depends on the coats, but yeah.
I think it was established in the last book that your coat color, if you're a celestial unicorn, is bound to your like personality or whatever.
Doesn't it come in later in life?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you're a colt that is just newly foaled, you're a silvery gray color. And then as you get older, as you become closer to a yearling, you start to get your color.
I see. So magic is racist.
We had...
I knew it!
we had that babysitter to that baby unicorn that was going to replace Atalanta, even though they're all immortals. So what do they have need to replace her for?
Have you read her chapters? I couldn't get rid of her fast enough.
Yeah, for
that is true. But yeah, that babysitter was speculating on the baby unicorn's coat color when he finally got his coat color based off of his personality and all that. So it's more based off of personality than it is genetics. 'Cause magic.
Oh, Epikyo asked Twilight, what's the Digimon of the day this time?
It is Lord Bloommon, which is a Jogress of... Oh, I forget the Jogresses, but they're... It's a special Jogress that's kind of like Omnimon.
Oh, interesting.
Neat. Yeah.
Are there now unicorn Digimon? I'm pretty sure there have been.
Yeah, I was about to say there
I'd be
have
surprised
been.
if there weren't.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
there's Unimon. Unimon has been a thing for quite a while. He was in like the first 10 episodes of the original anime.
Right. Yeah, the black.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, it'd be kind of weird that we have all these dragons and angels and debatably well-dressed women Digimon, but we don't have fucking unicorns, you know?
Well, there should be more than one unicorn Digimon, but unfortunately there's only, like, technically 2.
Wow!
Yeah, I feel like there is a lack of unicorns now that I think about it. Is there like a Kirin?
Yeah. Yeah, there is. Kirinmon is the only other one.
Okay.
Yo, we need some unicorn supremacy in Digimon right now.
I feel like you could totally make like Unimon a suffix kind of like Drummon is.
When I was a kid, I had actually made an OC Digimon for myself called Unicornmon. I didn't draw it very well though. I still can't draw animals and monsters very well, like fantasy ones. So maybe someday I will redesign it, but now is not now.
Hi, welcome to the crew,
Might not be
Epikyo. Good to have you on board.
Hello,
nice.
Hello.
Welcome aboard.
It was interesting. I was looking at the membership analytics, and the month of that after that massive, membership battle that happened finally wore off, and it actually zipped back down. I'm like, oh.
Oh.
Yeah, but I feel like my head is heavy. Good night. All right, Kirita Skywalker. Have a good one.
You as well.
All right, have a good night, dog.
Oh.
Robbie says that explains so much given what we're reading.
Yeah. Remember, you caused this.
Speaking of Digimon, let me just double check something real quick.
Sure.
Where is it? Sorry, it's a particular.
It's a particular.
Particle?
The one that I was going off is are we going to talk about Bezelmon?
Oh, Beelzemon?
Beelzemon, Miss Underboob herself.
Oh,
Yeah.
Is that Lady Beelzemon?
That's Bella Starmon.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, but she's also known as Lady Beelzemon. But yeah, she does have an underboob, and it is really dumb.
I was shown that, and I was just like, first off, my roommate, why are you showing me this? Second, this is a Digimon? This is a kid show?
Okay. I mean, let's be fair. One of the earliest Digimon was Angel Woman.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And she is still very modest in comparison to what we got later, but still, she's rocking around in basically a swimsuit the entire time.
Yeah, like I said, debatably well-dressed women.
Okay, fair enough. That's your word then, Kaiser.
We have never gotten an outfit as bad as Nokia's, though, in Cyber Sleuth.
How do you spell that?
I was not going to bring that up. That one I also know.
There are a lot of triggers for us, aren't there?
Yeah. Nokia's
that's right.
is bad. Yep.
Hold on, let me see.
It's
Hold on.
so
Just look it up.
bad.
Just look it up. Just look it up, man.
It's like I can't even describe this. It's like you have you have a front half and a back half, and they're held together by string.
No, they're held together by prayer.
And on top of that, it is still somehow vacuum sealed to her body so that you can see her belly button and the curves to her crotch.
Epic Kyo is calling you out. I will not tolerate Nokia slander.
Nokia. I love Nokia, but her outfit is stupid.
Also, I cannot see any panty lines. Does she have panties on?
I don't know.
I mean, there are several Digimon with camel toe, apparently, but I can't comment on that.
Okay, we are moving on.
Sorry, now I'm actually logisticking in my brain. Like, what, is she wearing underwear? I can see her bra. The fact that you can see her bra is something to be said, I suppose.
I'll remind everybody, we really like Digimon, but it's very easy to go into tangents.
Yeah.
Okay, look, it's at least more interesting than some of the Pokemon designs we've come out of some characters.
Let's not talk about those.
That is true.
Yeah.
I pray to the Digi-God that she wears panties. I'm sure Homeostasis will make sure that she wears panties.
Homeostasis I don't think was in that game. I think that it was all Yggdrasil.
Ah.
Yeah. So, Yggdrasil is crazy, so probably not.
Nokia is an
Homeostasis
angel.
is
I did not realize we were going to get a Digimon character simp, but I guess we did.
Hey, it had to be at some point.
Like, her personality is great. She has a really good personality. I love her character. Her outfit is still stupid.
Twi really loves her for her personality.
I will say, in defense of Nokia's stupid outfit choice, it is at least in character, because her character is that she really wants to be seen as sexy and mature, but she doesn't know how to do it, and she gets very embarrassed about it.
I'm with Ryan. Yes, personality.
I was thinking that, but I was like, I'm better than this. I'm better.
No, you're
than
not.
This, but
No, you're not.
Shut the fuck. What do you mean? I'm better. I didn't say nothing.
I have no interest in her body.
No, she's got a nice personality. It's like that thing you say about someone when you can't compliment them. The Femc is better dressed, to be fair. Yeah, probably. Yeah, definitely fair.
Yes. Even though that I still don't like the fact that the modelers and the main artist in general always has to like vacuum seal their clothes for some reason. Because she has a skirt on, but you can still see the line for the crotch through the skirt. Somehow.
I would love if a game opens like that and everyone gets angry about the designs, but then we actually see the character get up in the morning and actually vacuum sealing themselves into their outfit. With a vacuum, like there's like they just like stick it into like a particular like plug in their outfit. And just
I'm just reminded that the fact that there's a stupid meme for Persona 2 where if you go into New Game Plus, there's an entire thing of like, so, main character, why are you interested in my daughter? Well, sir, it's because she's got a fat ass. And then immediately the person that they were talking to, the father, says, yes, that's exactly why I went after her mother. By the way, the game ends right there. You win the game if you do that.
Wait,
if you do the meme.
Which Persona is it?
Persona 2. It's 100%
Oh
a meme
my
edit.
God,
It's just
fantastic.
It's just a meme edit. It's not an actual thing from what I remember.
That would have made that game perfect.
It would have been
all
amazing
right.
though.
Notice how little we've discussed an Atalanta chapter.
Yeah, it's Atalanta.
Yeah. Atalanta sighed gently. The Dream Speaker had discovered that the evil shifter had hidden the royal scepter in Castle Entia in the Valley of Fear. Oh, I didn't need to recap this. The book would do it for me.
So we just wasted an hour. Typical Team Jack.
No,
only in the podcast.
It hasn't been an hour yet.
It's only been 47 minutes. Still got 13 minutes before it's
The princess and the sun chaser had recruited a loyal band of 6 to enter the shifter's domain. 2 foxes named Basil and Dill accompanied Ariana, the sun chaser, Lori Carmichael, and Lincoln, the collie. Through the watching pool, Toby had reported the band of 6 had landed on the shores of the Valley of Fear. Then the watching pool had gone dark. Tobiano himself had not returned. With the watching pool closed to Atalanta, Toby was her only source of information about the fate of the princess and the royal scepter. So the information is Atalanta is now blind to everything that's going on. And we will be reminded of that a lot.
If only she were mute.
Yeah. So they assemble all of the unicorns to the Crystal Arch. The rainbow has been formed, Rednall switched his long crimson tail in pleasure. The rainbow was a beautiful sight. He has a crimson tail.
No, I think it's the word switched, right?
Yeah, it's switched.
That's an actual
I'm pretty sure
term, though. I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Yeah.
It is.
The rainbow was a beautiful sight with all the Celestial Valley herd lined up according to their color bands. It made a fine display, but it was important. The power of the herd together was far stronger than any one unicorn alone. Yes, that's typically how groups of people work.
That is how numbers work. 100 unicorns versus 1 gorilla.
Well, speaking of the fact that gorillas aren't given shifter debuffs, I think the gorilla actually has it.
Possibly.
Oh shit, you're right. Jake the Searchin. Hi, Billy Mays here with an anime vacuum seal. Tired of your body breathing? Want to look like a bag of freeze-dried stew? Well, look no further than the Anime Lady Vacuum Seal. Get yours today.
Wonderful.
I mean, Billy Mays must have a lot of
I'm
customers
Billy
considering.
Mays.
I'm impressed I could actually read that out without stuttering. There are these moments where I'm like, oh, I can actually like voice act, and then there are others where I'm like, how am I tripping over words that I wrote?
How am English work?
Yes.
I have no idea, actually.
So Reginald is glazing Atalanta.
Ew.
He was sorry that the Dream Speaker was distressed. Life in the Celestial Valley had been peaceful until a year ago when the evil shifter had begun a series of plots against the King and Queen of Balinor, their daughter, Ariana, and her brothers, the princes, who don't get names apparently.
They don't.
I mean, they do, but...
Eventually, but...
No, I thought they did get named last time, but then we just kind of forgot about that.
Well, yeah, she not only forgot about it, but she forgot one of their names, so she renamed him in the next book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Names are for important characters, Twi. Yeah, it's a limited resource.
Then why were they named? These people are not important. We don't see them throughout the series, and the final book has still yet to come out, and that was supposed to all be about finding her family.
Hey, they probably would have been important then, you know.
Well, no. Who is stronger? The people who wait for unicorns of Balinor, or the people who wait for Winds of Winter?
Oh, I thought you said the people wait for Kingdom Hearts 3. Anyway.
No, man.
That came out.
Yeah,
that came out.
These things came out.
Nomura isn't dying anytime soon.
Yeah. And well, we don't even know if Mary Stanton is dead or not. She could be. We might never get that book. So her brothers, the princes.
The people who wait for Fat Man's Volume 5 review.
Volume 5, Part 2. Okay, we got Part 1. We just need a duology.
The shifter had betrayed the royal family. He had stolen the royal scepter and kidnapped the king, the queen, and the princess. Only the High Princess Ariana and the Sun Chaser, the magnificent unicorn to whom she was bonded, had escaped the shifter's claws.
Cool.
I feel like there's a time discrepancy there with her being... Was it a year ago that she escaped, or was it longer ago that she escaped?
Six months ago, but there's a time discrepancy, Raymond. Put a pin in that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I know there's all over the place. I remember we've run into them before.
But put an extra big pin on that.
Okay.
I mean, the chat is currently discussing who has waited the longest between Silk Song and Winds of Winter and everyone else.
So, we go to the Crystal Arch. The green meadow rolled before them, starred with brilliantly colored flowers. The Crystal Arch rose high into the blue sky, the lower end to Balinor, the upper to the reaches of the home of the one who rules. The Celestial Valley herd gathered in front of the arch. The assembled unicorns were all the colors of the rainbow, from the red band of Reginald himself through Larissa of the purple band, who we never meet.
And there were a couple of unicorns that we just can't see because they're actually in the infrared and ultraviolet spectrums.
Yeah. The celestial unicorns quieted as Atalanta approached Numenor, the Golden One, Lord of the Sun, and lead stallion of the Celestial Valley herd.
You didn't say it right.
Sorry.
Numenor.
We have to roll one more R every single time he's mentioned.
Indeed.
Numenor, the Golden One, Lord of the Sun and lead stallion of the Celestial Valley herd, stood proudly in front of them. Then, head held high, she walked to the foot of the crystal arch. The base of the arch rose from a fountain of solid amethyst, the same magical rock that formed the watching pool half a league away, because that was very important to note.
Cool.
To the right of the To the right of the stairs that led to the crystal arch was the gateway that led to Balinor below, which we've already mentioned in the last page. Why are you mentioning it again?
Because we gotta know that Balinor was below. How else will we know that Balinor was below if we don't know that Balinor was below?
Yeah.
It's below, you know.
The wall to the left was carved in intricate patterns of fruits and flowers, and the paving in the front of the wall was polished smooth. Who made these? They don't have hands.
Very dexterous horns.
I guess so.
Oh, now I'm just imagining they're like floppy tentacles. They're just like
Oh, Wyatt!
Why did I give that image to myself? Oh. It's like one of those squishy toys you always see at the freaking I don't know how to describe them. They're like the little like plastic water container things. I don't know how to, you see them at like souvenir shops all the time. But they're like finger traps, but they're made of like squishy rubber with like water inside of them.
Yeah.
It's like I imagine it's like that. Just Jesus Christ. Oh, we're bringing tentacles into this, dude. They've been here.
Yeah, I mean, we had that tentacle monster in the second book.
Yeah. Hey, Celtic, what do you think about EA canceling Titanfall 3? If it was going to be anything like people describe the leaks as, good riddance. I want a pure Titanfall experience. I don't want whatever the hell that abomination was going to be. They're called water wigglers. Interesting. Huh.
Ah.
Huh.
It looked like a glittering purple carpet flung down in the green grass of the surrounding meadow. So Atalanta is now... She went onto the arch in order to tell all of the unicorns that Ariana has been lost. They are lost, she whispered. Even though that she is supposed to be, like, belting this out to the entire herd, who is not standing right next to her, she is whispering to them. The princess and the sun chaser have disappeared from the watching pool. The last I saw of them, they had entered the Valley of Fear, where my magic will not take me. Worse yet, I cannot see in the watching pool at all. Some terrible evil has darkened the magic waters.
This entire time, some of the purple unicorns is like, what? Wake up!
Yeah.
Can't hear you! Ariana's... She's got gout? Is that gout? Is that what you said? Oh, is that lost? Oh, she's lost? Did you check under the fridge?
This is why we need a newspaper.
I'll write one with my floppy horn.
Ew. So, Atalanta starts crying, and a tear falls on a rock. Atalanta spoke again, her sweet voice dark with sorrow. Since Ariana and the Sun Chaser crossed Demon View and went into the Valley of Fear, I have not heard from them. And last night, when I went to the watching pool, no visions came to me. We must know how to help the princess and our brother Sun Chaser. Do not tell me all is lost. You're the one that said they were lost. Why are you saying this?
You gotta be very careful with your language, Atalanta, because, saying that they are lost and all is lost, not that far different from each other, and you gotta be careful, all right?
But she's the one that's basically saying that to herself.
Yeah.
It's like, she is lost. Do not tell me all is lost.
This is why we gotta replace Atalanta. She's getting senile. She's
having
a Biden moment.
Boxing right now? She's shadowboxing her own thoughts. What the fuck?
She's having a Biden moment. Do not tell me all was lost.
Okay, Sleepy
Raymond,
Jones.
don't bring
how do you
politics
go to
into
bed?
this. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with you?
Look, everyone's commented on that. I don't think that's actually political lines anymore. Okay, anyway.
Another tear splashed on the rock. Stop splashing me! So the rock turns into the old mayor of the mountain. The Celestial Valley herd murmured
I
among
forgot
themselves.
about the old mayor who just shows up from rocks.
Yeah.
Go that way. All right, I'm done.
I've done my part.
This was the old mare of the mountain, bearer of the deep magic. Very few of the unicorns had ever seen her before. Although all knew who she was. There must be true danger in Balinor if Atalanta had to call on her for help.
What?
She says
Didn't she just
that,
show up?
apparently Atalanta had asked for her to come, but the old mare of the mountain is like an eldritch god. She can decide not to come if she wants to, but she did anyway.
Okay.
And then she's all cranky about it.
Of course she is.
Yeah, she's like, you better have a good reason for dragging me out of my nice sleep. You're not looking too fine, girl. You seem to have lost Ariana, the Sun Chaser, and her friends. Can you tell us where they are? Atalanta's voice was soft but determined. The old mare cocked her head to one side. Thing is, she said, they aren't supposed to be there. And they aren't supposed to have it with them.
Meanwhile, in the back.
But
What?
where?
What are you guys saying? Speak up! We can't hear you!
But where are they? And what aren't they supposed to have with them? Atalanta asked. The waters of the watching pool are dark. I cannot help them. The balance of magic's been upset, the old mare said. And you are going to have a time getting it right again. The scales of magic, the old mare said. The scales were evenly balanced. See? That's the shifter's side on the left. Oh yeah, she magically conjures up scales of magic. It's a whole thing because I guess they need to demonstrate that because they don't have
She's actually
arms.
ranking the current state of things with a fucking video game scale.
No, like an
Yes.
actual scale that you use to measure like
Like weight.
gold and shit. Weight.
Well, what I mean is that like she's measuring the amount of good and bad going on right now.
Yes.
I fucking hate this.
Thanks, I hate it.
It's just so lame.
Yep.
This magic is a few ounces too heavy.
So the scales are perfectly balanced. See, that's the shifter side on the left, and your side, Dream Speaker, is on the right. They always go up and down a little bit, but never really out of balance. But this is what Her Royal Highness did when she snatched the royal scepter out of Balinor. The right side of the scales shot up. The left side went way down. A murmur of fear and astonishment swept the ranks of the rainbow herd. The balance of magic had never been upset before. The old mare cocked her head. Tisk, tisk, tisk. And now Her Royal Highness has to meet 2 challenges to get the sides balanced again, because right now the shifters got the advantage. She grew solemn. The scales of magic hung in the air, lopsided and ominous. There's going to be a trial by fire. As she spoke, the words a weight shaped like a silver rose dropped into the right bowl. The left side went up a bit. And an ordeal by moonlight.
She said the things! She said the things! Roll credits!
Oh my god, she said! Roll credits.
A silver rose fell into the right-hand bowl and the scales hung even. That's if Her Royal Highness overcomes each trial. If not, the 2 rose weights disappeared. The right side shot up again into the air. Then the scales quivered, started to spin faster and faster, and disintegrated before the eyes of the horrified herd.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure what that's supposed to mean, because that's not really darkness winning. That's just the scales glitching out.
I think it's meant to imply that if the scales aren't balanced again quickly, then all of magic will die off.
But doesn't Entia rely on magic?
Yeah.
So why would Entia want magic to die?
Apparently he doesn't, because even though that he has the advantage, he is the one that is giving Ariana the trials.
What?
Yep.
Okay.
We've hit
He
bad
can
guy
just
math
do
at
that?
this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Happens.
so easy solution. Give her a trial that she literally physically can't win.
Kill
Nah,
her.
that's against
Take
the
the
rules.
staff. Bring it back.
No, that's against the rules.
What rules? Who wrote
Correct.
these fucking
These
rules?
nuts.
Probably the old mayor with how much of a needlessly.
I never thought I'd
complicated-
hate someone more than Atalanta, but the old mayor is rising.
Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah. So just to recap, for basically what is going on here. The balance of magic has been disrupted when Ariana took the scepter over to the other side of the gap. She is now currently on Earth with the staff, and the balance has shifted. Now all magic in Balinor is pure evil on the shifter side. So the shifter has the advantage magically. But apparently, if that doesn't get corrected, all magic will just die off in general, I guess. So the shifter wants Ariana to do the trials, and he has to set them up for her, but also he will be trying to make her fail.
But no, he needs her to succeed, right?
Maybe.
Okay, you
Maybe
see, there is
not.
something. There's a kernel of an interesting
question.
idea here that there is a balance between two different types of magic, good and evil, for the basic bitch version of this book is presenting. But in any sense, there's a balance between two different types of magic, and if one goes out of whack, it poisons the other, and it makes it basically untenable. That both are basically going to be, they're going to crash each other. Effectively, it's like a crashing stock market. That's an interesting idea, and it forces villains to work with the protagonists in some way, shape, or form. This just makes no sense, though, because there's no... It's just, oh, this is a thing. Do it now. Okay. Yeah. Celtic, don't think about it. That's literally what I'm here to do.
That is the point of us reading this book, is to think about it and how stupid it is.
The writing on balance and everything is worse than the sequel trilogy combined. Okay, now hold on a moment. Yes, but there's a big fucking asterisk.
Yeah.
No, actually, I feel like it's worse
really?
than the sequels. Honestly,
I mean, listen, it's not an easy victory either way. I think, honestly, like Rise of Skywalker is really carrying that level of bad, but...
Exactly. I have yet to see anything beat somehow Palpatine returned.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see in a minute. I mean, the freaking...
the biggest thing, the difference is
pretty
budget.
damn close.
What?
Huh?
Oh, sorry. I said that all the animals not needing meat is pretty damn close, though.
Yeah, it is.
Fair.
So, because the old mayor is old and is mysterious, she literally only just appeared to tell them this very short piece of information, and now she's disappearing back into stone again. And Atalanta is begging her to tell them what to do. The old mare yawned sleepily as the transformation from live flesh into stone crept past her neck. Ariana, the Sun Chaser, and Lord Carmichael jumped back through the gap. Foolish. Only Lori was supposed to go, but I knew this would happen. I tried to warn them, but no. Said so in the poem I gave them. 3 of 6 shall not return. But did they question which 3? No, and they should have.
We don't even know what that fucking means, you old hag! You are actively harmful to this fucking expedition.
Also, that's not true. Ari did question who. She did question a lot throughout more than half the book.
Yeah, you motherfuckers just didn't answer anything.
they couldn't figure out what that meant. And literally, by telling them that poem, you guaranteed that 3 of 6 should not return, that they would fall through the gap. You didn't warn them of shit.
Yeah,
that was a prophecy,
and they didn't
not
fall
a
through
warning.
the gap willingly. It was by accident.
Fucking predestined bullshit.
Yeah. Yep. It was a prophecy, not a warning. You're saying that it was a warning. It was not. They're on the other side of the gap. Yeah, I feel you, Raymond. We're only in the first chapter, too.
Correct.
Oh my god.
They're on the other side of the gap. Atalanta took 2 steps nearer, perhaps in an attempt to stop the old mare's return to the rock. And they've got the scepter with them, the old mare said. Bad business. Allows the shifter to issue 2 challenges to them before they can come back to Balinor. And there's not a lot you can do, too. And then the old mare disappears. And Atalanta says, oh.
What did the old mare say? Can't hear you!
Oh, this
Princess,
is why...
how can we help you now?
This is why I just hate gods. They're just like, I can't tell you this now. No, bitch, tell me now. I'll decide if I can't learn this information right now if it's harmful. This is my choice right now. You're actively helping me by giving me more information. But
yeah, for real, what? What do you want?
You need to actually establish rules here. Like, if gods can intervene and they don't want to, if you don't want them to give answers directly to the actual characters, you need to have reasons why. One, they're assholes. Like, canonically, they're assholes and they're just doing it for a quick gag because they're like that. That's one way. It's the laziest way, but it's one way. 2, they are not permitted to, so they don't. Like, they have to find ways to weasel around that.
It has to be indirect.
Yeah, they have to be indirect about it because there's some force that we have to explain that's preventing them. Or 3, they're trying to manipulate the characters into behaving some way, shape, or form that they themselves prefer.
It's why I hate the revelation type spells in D&D. It's just like, give me a goddamn answer. You're a god. You know exactly what I'm looking for.
Fucking augury. It's wheel or woe, or wheel and woe, or neither. It's like,
correct.
What the fuck does any of that mean?
I'm just reminded of a thing in Critical Role where a cleric spends like 3 high-level spell slots trying to get an answer, but Matt Mercer's just like, well, after the first time, you only get a 25% chance to get an actual answer.
Oh my god.
I'm just like, fuck off.
Yeah, fuck that bullshit.
So, for the second chapter, we're in the Valley of Fear. A pair of foxes. Yep.
Sorry.
A pair of foxes and a collie hid under a thorn tree and watched them pass. The herd of shadow unicorns. The collie, named Lincoln, was a tricolor of mahogany, black, and cream. His coat was thick, and he panted in the valley's heat. Next to his graceful bulk, the foxes seemed small.
His squareness.
All 3 waited
next to his squareness.
Next to his squareness, yeah. All 3 waited until the sound of the shadow herd's iron hooves faded in the distance. They don't even suspect we're here. Her golden eyes narrowed. She despised the shadow herd with a special hatred.
I can see it with my special eyes. My spite!
But
she
my fighting gone.
She just really loves special hatred in this book. I have noticed that she uses it a couple of times. In this instance, it makes sense because we knew from the last book that she had been a slave to the shadow herd in the Valley of Fear. But the next time that she uses special hatred doesn't make sense as much.
Mm-hmm.
Basil nuzzled the scar around Dill's neck. She had been a slave of the Shifter's army long ago, before they'd met. That was why they were all here. Dill had been the only animal in Balinor who knew the secret paths through the Valley of Fear. She had led Ariana and the Sun Chaser to Castle Entia. Ari and Chase successfully retrieved the royal scepter of Balinor, but Ari, Chase, and a third companion, Lori Carmichael, had suddenly disappeared into the pit. Lincoln, loyal to both Ari and the Sun Chaser, refused to leave the Valley of Fear until they were found again.
I've noticed this recurring thing where they keep naming Lori Carmichael by full name, but just Ari and Chase by their shortened names. And it's like, shouldn't it be the other way around? Because Ari is a princess, so you should be formal about her the entire time, but Lori is just some random chick that came through with her. So, like, you would shorten her name because you don't really care. But they always highlight that.
Put a pin in that.
Oh, Christ.
Oh, God. This is a crime. I think we're being punished for thinking.
Hey, man. I read... I'm gonna stop. I read this already, man. I already know.
Yep. We've got to get back to Balinor. Not without Ari, Lincoln said. He trotted to the edge of the pit. He held his plumy tail low, a sign of worry. So, Lincoln is not going back to Balinor. He is staying within the Valley of Fear to wait for Ariana and the Sun Chaser to come back. Whenever they will come back.
The place where it's actively hostile, trying to kill you just by being there.
Yes.
This is a smart dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like going to a sundown town.
He peered into the depths of the pit as fruitlessly as before. Late last night, after Ari and Chase had reclaimed the royal scepter, stolen by the evil shifter, Kylie, the snake woman, had pushed Ariana, Chase, and Lori Carmichael into the pit. Lincoln was worried sick. Where were they? When the sun rose that morning, the poor animals and humans who slaved in the pit, who had been recaptured and returned to work as usual, guarded by a squad of shadow unicorns.
Oh, we're just undoing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on. What? Wait, what just happened? What?
So, remember at the end of the last book, when they were making their escape, Chase had this great hero moment where he used his magical horn light magic to free all the slaves?
Yeah.
And Ari with the scepter
Let all
as
his
well.
people go. Yeah.
And that's not important anymore. That hasn't happened. We're undoing that.
They retconned that. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like they escaped. It's like, well, where are they going to fucking go? They have to cross like a lava river or something to get back, don't they?
No.
Yeah.
What? No, I distinctly remember that. They had to cross like a fucking entire like lava river, plains, or wherever the fuck in order to get here.
Nah.
And okay, it just doesn't exist anymore. All right.
Nah.
Well, glad to.
Fake news.
Fake news. Shut up. It's a social construct, you see.
Indeed.
God damn it, bro! What the fuck?
So yeah, even though that they had freed all the slaves, they were immediately captured before the 12th hour passed. We can't leave without them, Lincoln said stubbornly. What if they aren't here at all? Dill asked. You didn't see what happened to them when they fell. I did. Lincoln growled in frustration. Tell me again what you saw. They fell into a big hole, Dill began. What was in the hole?
Hole? More hole.
What was in the hole? Dill asked scornfully. Dirt, I suppose. It was more like a tunnel than a hole, come to think of it. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to remember. Grass, a meadow, and... Nope. She shook her head violently. That's silly. It couldn't have been that. I couldn't have seen that. Seen what? Lincoln asked. Unicorns. A herd of ordinary unicorns like the regular ones you find all over the place in Balinor, except they didn't have horns. Horses, Lincoln said excitedly. Horses? Dill asked irritably. Horses, Lincoln replied.
Donkey!
Shrek.
They aren't in any... there aren't any in Balinor. Holy shit, that was hard to say for some reason. But I know that there are horses. Dill made a sarcastic noise. Whether this was because she didn't believe in horses, or whether she thought Lincoln was crazy, the collie wasn't sure. Horses, he said patiently. There are horses at Glacier River Farm, the other side of the gap.
It's pronounced
the other side of the
Hanses. Thank you very much.
The other side of the gap, Dill snorted with amusement, as if. Nobody lives on the other side of the gap. I did, Lincoln said, and Aerie lived there for a time when the Resistance sent her there to keep her from being captured by the Shifter.
And
Lori Carmichael.
Finally.
I got it first.
Damn it.
And Lori Carmichael comes from there. If Aerie and Chase are on the other side of the gap, we've got work to do, he said grimly. You're right, Dill. We need to return to the beach and find Captain Treadwell and sail the Dawn Walker back to Sixton. We have to find Tobiano and let him know what has happened. Toby, Dill thought about the black and white unicorn, then nodded in agreement. You're
Our
right.
boy.
He'll know. Yeah, our boy. We got two boys now in this book. He'll know what to do. Why would Toby know what to do? Basil asked. We should tell Dr. Bones. She's the Princess Ariana's old nurse, and she got all kinds of connections with the Resistance. She'll know how to get the Royal Highness and His Majesty the Sunchaser back to Balinor. You haven't figured it out, Basil, Dill said loftily. You never figure things out until I tell you myself. Toby's a celestial unicorn. He can get to the Dream Speaker and Numenor. Apparently, he did not know that Toby was a celestial unicorn, because he doesn't look like one.
I am completely lost on
Racist.
who knows what at this point. Like, do they not know that there is an entire world beyond the gap? Does anyone know that?
No. Nope.
Yes and no.
Yeah. It was specifically established in the first book that the land beyond the gap was mysterious and nobody knew anything about the world beyond the gap. And yet, at the same time,
Yeah, totally.
they had established an entire farmstead on the other side of the gap, pre-established, with a community that already knew everything about them and used their stables and stuff and made a lot of money there. Remember all that?
This book had sequels. This book made money. I just really need to really think about that.
It's because anyone that can complain about it died of an aneurysm before they could.
You know the like madness spread in Elden Ring where they like hold their eyes as they explode in fire and like they die like screaming into the void?
Nah, that's us right now, definitely.
Yeah.
Remind me to use that in my videos.
I can give you a clip.
Thank you.
So, the Foxes are planning to go back to the Dawn Walker. You have to say it like that because it's italicized.
The Dawn Walker.
Yeah, that was a great add-on for Final Fantasy XIV, I'm sure.
It was actually, yes.
Lincoln looked at her gravely. You two go on ahead. What? Dill cried in dismay. I mean it, Dill. This is where Ari and Chase crossed over into the gap. This is where they'll come out again. I'm not going to leave until they return. You're out of your mind, Lincoln.
There are multiple entrances and exits. How could they wouldn't they go through a different exit? I would not want to come through the gap in the fucking land of darkness, all right?
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't want to be in the land of darkness in general, but yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless there's Mickey saying, did somebody mention the door to darkness?
Yeah.
I see. Googling how to strangle a book.
Oh my god.
Okay, God is your witness, you can try.
I'm about to say, as if you would have said the same thing.
I'm going to assume that if you take a particular gap tunnel, that you have to return through the same gap tunnel. That's the only thing that makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense because they came into Balinor through a gap tunnel. So wouldn't they then, by that logic, have to leave through that gap tunnel?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, no, I'm assuming that because this is returning, right? So she used that particular gap tunnel to get to the gap in the first place. She spent 6 months there with amnesia, and then she used that exact same gap tunnel to return to that exact place.
Laurie Carmichael.
Now they're using a...
Unless we're going to learn that Laurie came from Balinor.
Well, this should be yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of it, man.
Don't you're just going to hurt yourself. There's
a very specific reason why I'm silent, because there's no way to fucking
Oh god.
Yeah.
I have lost so many hours trying to figure this out, guys, and I have not been able to figure anything out. This series, it beat me. I can challenge like Star Wars. I can challenge Arcane Season 2, but Unicorns of Balinor, it won.
God damn.
Wow.
Oh my god,
like
Twy. It's the fucking EOP of stupid writing.
The fuck is the
Watch Wakfu, you'll understand.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
but,
watch Walk.
dude, all right. Also, I know, spoken like a man who has not seen Kado, the right answer.
Correct, I haven't.
All right.
Anyway.
Let's see. I won't leave, Lincoln said stubbornly. And you two should go. Someone has to get word to Tobiano. I'm awfully worried that the Dream Speaker hasn't contacted us. Something is very wrong in the Celestial Valley. Toby will know how to find Atalanta even when she can't find us. Besides, if we split up, there's a better chance that one of us will sneak through the Shifter's guards and get back to Balinor.
Cool.
I mean, the guards haven't really been a problem up until this point, so, I mean...
Frankly, I'm surprised the guards are a problem at all.
You guys literally walked into their main castle. Not like that was a big problem. Stole a massively important artifact and got away with it with, like, literally no effort. So, I don't know what you're worried about. These guys are incompetent. They're more incompetent than the Disney Empire from Star Wars. Like, come on. And they canonically have their stormtroopers miss.
We have an entire page of them just saying goodbye.
Oh, right.
Wow, okay.
I forgot about that page. I think I skipped it.
Yep. Yeah. Lincoln suppressed a stab of loneliness. He knew he would never see the two foxes again. With a sigh, he curled into the safety of the thorn bush. He settled his nose on his forepaws and kept his eyes on the edge of the pit. He dozed in the heat, in a kind of half-sleep.
Yes, that is what dozing means.
Yeah. I highlighted this pink as kind of good writing, specifically for the rather tragic idea that, like, yeah, he's telling them to go off to send word to Toby, make sure that they can make sure that everything is going okay, but he knows that he's never going to see them again. He's probably going to die here waiting for them.
Right.
But he's still going to wait.
Yep.
Yeah, that's solid.
Yeah.
He woke suddenly, torn from a dream of Glacier River Farm. He had dreamed he was too close to the farmhouse wood stove. He was too hot. Immediately just goes to sleep, immediately wakes up in the next paragraph.
It's like, oh!
It's one of those things of, like, there should be, say, a, like, chapter break here.
Yeah, that's absolutely what's needed.
Yeah.
Just a line break. That's all you need.
That too.
Lincoln's Lincoln sniffed the air. Far across the Valley of Fear, the mountain demon view loomed cold and spare. Darkness rose behind the mountain, blackening the snow. A huge shadow crept over in the sky. Lightning split the greasy black clouds. The wind picked up harsh and hot. Evil was coming.
Oh, sorry, I spelled that wrong. Elvis is coming. It's Elvis is coming. Just in the distance. Ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Run.
Oh, sorry, wrong Elvis. Elvis Costello. Oh,
I can't think about Hound Dog without. You know, that's something we should wait for post stream.
Okay.
Apologies.
A giant winged shape rose over Demon View. Its wings beat the air with slow, powerful strokes. The thing flew across the Valley of Fear. Lincoln cowered beneath the bush as it soared overhead. One giant red-rimmed eye peered down from the ghostly head. Lincoln heard the snap, snap, snap of a restless beak seeking prey. Lincoln knew for certain what it was when it flew straight towards Castle Entia. The shifter had come home.
All right, Amy.
I was debating whether or not should have jumped on that.
The fact that you hesitate reveals that you are weak.
Yeah, we finally got our first look at the shifter. Yay! I was
underwhelmed.
Also, what's the point of like the beak constantly snapping? You're just warning prey.
Honestly, yeah.
Makes it more of a challenge.
Did you ever hear
Weirdly
the
enough,
tragedy of Darth Unicorn the Unwise?
No, weirdly enough, Kaiser, I actually would like that. The idea of a like alpha predator that makes it harder for itself to get prey.
Like a Kapachi kind of guy. Yeah,
exactly.
I have no idea what's happening
Chapter
over
3.
on Twi's end, but her mouth is running a mile a minute.
Oh.
Huh?
Oh, you mean PNG tuber? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
That's probably because of the fan. Like, the microphone picks up the fan, but Discord does not.
It looked like you were having a silent rap battle over there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's like she's singing scat.
I'm scat man.
Yep.
I moved it as far away as I could without making my laptop fall off my bed.
Gotcha.
Hopefully that'll help just a little bit. Also, I am... Anyway, Chapter 3. We finally meet back up with the main character of the book.
Yeah, do we get to the part where this is supposed to be the good book?
I mean, so far it's been
a good book.
Fine. Like, okay, compared to the other three, it's been okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, things are
mostly just been
happening.
recap.
Yeah.
Ariana held out her hand to Lori in a gesture of farewell. She, Lori, and Chase were standing in the south pasture at Glacier River. Near the cave was the entrance to the gap. Everything was exactly the same as when they had fallen through the gap and into Balinor 2 weeks ago. The sun was in the same place in the sky.
Wait, so are they at the cave that they fell into the gap in the first place?
I don't know.
Are we operating on, like, freaking nether logic with nether portals where if it's not 15 blocks away, you're just going to go to the same portal? Like...
Possibly.
Oh...
It's always this one place, too. Just this one place.
Yeah, to the same farm, yeah.
Yeah. I guess this is goodbye. Lori scowled. What do you mean goodbye? You have to come and tell my dad about what happened to me. He's going to be furious. I've been gone 2 weeks. I'll bet he got the police in 3 states looking for me. Harry blinked. This was totally unexpected. No, she decided it wasn't at all. It was just like Lori to demand that somebody else take care of her problems. I'm sorry, but I do think that this is kind of like something that Lori can't handle on her own.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, a little girl comes up and says, I was transported to a magical world for 2 weeks. The police are just going to think all the worst things, all right?
There's a reason why all the siblings in Narnia went out of their way to say, yeah, we can't tell people about this. No one will believe us.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, you walk in with a fucking unicorn, some questions are going to get answered. Just putting that out there. Even if you decide to keep it like I don't know honestly how to handle this kind of situation, but at the very least, don't abandon Lori to the fucking wolves. She's gonna be ripped away from her parents into the protective services. Your family, the people that you raised you, presumably as your family, that played their part, they're gonna get arrested for child endangerment or kidnapping,
at a
or
minimum.
worse.
Bare minimum.
Like, they're going to be like, oh, you had this kid on hallucinogenics.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, fake news.
Oh my god, unicorns, that's code for crack.
You got some of that unicorn dust.
It's stronger than that pixie dust crap.
I'm imagining like a hard-boiled detective, like who's like, you know, plays by his own rules. Just like when everyone leaves the room, he takes out a pixie stick, rips the top open, spreads it out in a line on his desk, and just oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
It reminds me of the Key and Peele skit with Rocket Jump, of like just a weird night in Wizard City.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about that. I remember that.
I think that was a joke on Gravity Falls. I'd believe it.
Yeah, it was. Oh yeah, I think Mabel did that, yeah.
I'm real sorry, Lori, but I can't take the time to do it. Chase and I have to get back to Lincoln and the Foxes. We've left them all alone in the Valley of Fear. Tough, Lori said. She folded her arms across her chest and stuck out her lower lip. You have to help me first.
Lori, you're a bitch.
I mean, we were just saying that Lori was kind of right, that, like,
she is both right and wrong. She can still be empathetic to the people that got trapped in literal hell.
That is true, yeah.
Remember, guys, you can be right and a bitch.
In fact, if I were in Lori's shoes, the first thing would be like, all right, the logical course of action here is, let us go, report in, I'm not lost, but we've gotten wrapped up in a fantasy adventure. Leave before anyone can stop us, go back and go rescue them. That's what we gotta do. But no, she's gonna stay here, and we're gonna lose the only character that has the potential to actually grow from her problems.
Yeah.
Maybe. So, they continue to argue. You think you're just going to walk right out here? Forget it. I'll use the royal scepter. I mean, that's why we went to the Valley of Fear. Because of the powerful magic in this. She pulled the royal scepter from her belt. It was heavily carved rosewood staff and very beautiful. It was inlaid with lapis lazuli, and the top was an intricately carved unicorn's head. Now that I have it, Chase and I are going to try and find my mother and father. What about my mother and father? I'm sure you'll think of something, Aerie said helplessly, although she didn't know what it would be. I'm really sorry, Lori, but I have to go now. And you think that thing will help you?
That's what I'm at. Just like legit.
It's like literally the horn of horse Jesus. What do you think?
No, I'm right here going like, what about my mother and father? No, she's right. Like legit. Come on.
Yeah.
What the fuck? You're just saying, I'm sure you'll figure something out. Bitch.
Yeah, Aerie's like, this ain't my problem. And you think that thing will help you? Lori eyed the scepter scornfully. With a little luck it will. Aerie tightened her grip on the scepter nervously. It had a great deal of powerful magic. She had just begun to learn about it on the day of the great betrayal. The scepter was stolen, and she and Chase were sent to the other side of the gap by the Resistance. I have a lot to learn about it still. Lori rocked back and forth on her heels. Eri wished she would go. Time was valuable. She'd only been gone from the Valley of Fear a few minutes, but she was anxious to get back. Chase, should we go? So they'd been gone for only a few minutes.
Why?
Just remember that.
Uh-huh.
And noted.
No. Twy, put a pin in that.
Yep. Yep.
But like, they gone from the Valley of Fear, presumably assuming that this is the same fucking cave they left in the first place. Oh my god.
Yep.
Okay.
Also, I was going to say, what about Lori's parents? They didn't vanish. Sorry, I had to step out, but like what do you mean about Lori? What do you mean about your parents? They're not missing. They haven't been kidnapped. They're back at the farm or like back home. You just go to the farmstead, make a phone call.
What Lori is referring to is the fact that she has been missing for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So she is asking, how do I deal with my parents? I am going to get in so much trouble. You have to come and explain what happened to me, Eri, because you're the only one. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, show them the fucking clothes. Where do you think I got this? I was kidnapped by a unicorn.
Well, they'll think that some human had kidnapped her for very nefarious and illegal reasons and then replaced her clothing, and that would be evidence to her assault.
Listen, they'll think that she was captured by very enthusiastic dressers, okay?
Very, very enthusiastic fashion designers.
Yeah, that's the word. Fuck, I don't know why that thing came up to me.
No, I've been there, man. I've been there.
Yeah, it happens to me too. I just forget like the most random common words. Raymond has been there. He's been in call with me when I have forgotten like the most basic ass words.
Oh, it happens to everyone. It's great. Yeah. Everyone loves it when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cosplay kidnappers. Yeah, Robbie.
We call them cosnappers. Thank you very much.
How dare you, sir?
So Lori is, despite the fact that in the last book, she was very enthusiastic about seeing the royal scepter. She is now very scornful of it. I can't believe you think that thing's going to work, Lori said. The royal scepter is many things, Chase said, his voice deep and calm. Sometimes it is a key to open the way to forbidden places. That is how we shall use it now.
Oh, he can talk now again, right? He can just talk outside of...
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no,
talk.
go back with Lori. This is going to be the easiest fucking thing to explain. It's going to be fucking wild. Be like, yeah, by the way, I have a unicorn. He can talk. He'll explain the situation to you. And then we're going to go back and we're going to go fight evil. Can you give us a gun?
Which will be made even easier.
Can you give us a gun?
I mean, it will be made especially easier if, you bring in, what's her name's foster parents.
No, I feel like that would complicate things very, very quickly.
It would.
Yeah.
You got to remove the humanity from the equation because the more outlandish it is, the more people are going to actually believe it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Eri held the scepter out. Open, she said firmly. The scepter grew warm. The wall didn't change. Open, Eri said again. It's not working, Lori said from behind them. Her voice was unpleasantly triumphant. I know it's not working, Eri said a little testily. Chase, I do not know, milady. I do not understand. I am going to speak in perfectly proper stilted English for this for some reason. He shifted uneasily beneath her.
I was going to say tips unicorn, a hat.
Tips
unicorn horn.
Unicorn. Just the whole unicorn tip.
Oh my god. But dude, Chase would absolutely be the The fucking hipster type motherfucker. Oh my god.
I do not know, my lady. You are using my staff well. I don't know what the problem is. I swear this never happens.
Jeez. Aerie waved the scepter back and forth. She was beginning to feel a little ridiculous. I knew being a princess wouldn't be all it's cracked up to be, she muttered under her breath. We went to all this trouble to get the scepter back, and it won't even... The back wall exploded in a haze of oily smoke and yellow-green flame. Lori screamed. Chase leaped forward, and Aerie clutched his mane.
No, Chase leapt backwards. Can the horses do that?
Leap backwards? Yeah, they can.
Okay, I feel like there's some limitations there biologically, but
why? How?
It's they simply just push forward and back on their like hind hooves, and they can jump back. Like I've been on horses that have jumped back.
I guess I've just never seen a horse jump backwards before. I've only ever seen them going forwards.
How often have you been around horses?
Around, not very much. I'm just saying
that would be
like,
why.
Unfortunate.
Well, yeah, but like, there's plenty of times you see horses in like movies and the like. That's just
horses in movies
are actual horses.
The
They're doing horse things. So
no, so as much as I like, say, the Lord of the Rings, there's a good chunk of times where the horses behave very much not like horses.
Meanwhile,
who's having the party in the background?
Kaiser.
I have no idea.
I think it's because my folks have music playing in the background.
Okay, so Kaiser, the party in the background. Why aren't we invited?
I don't know. Apparently, I wasn't invited because they just started without me.
Oh damn! Sorry, man.
Too bad. You are occupied with torture, and you're not allowed to leave until it's over.
Right. Right. Well, let me leave for a second to ask them to lower the volume a little bit.
You're fine.
Let's see. Clamping her legs tight against his sides. The smoke cleared and the flames died away. A jagged hole gaped where the wall had been. Wow, Lori said. She edged her way forward, grabbing at Chase's mane for support. I don't know if I'd go through there if I were you. Aerie slid off Chase's back and stood next to her. A hideous green light shone from the hole, and the air was slimy. Something stunk. That smell! Lori coughed. It's awful. I don't think you should go in there, Aerie. It looks dangerous. Please, come in.
Oh, it's the fucking snake lady, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Aerie shuddered. She recognized that hissing voice, those dry, whispery tones. It was the snake woman who had pushed them into the pit. Kylie, Chase said.
I still can't get over that name. I'm sorry.
The mortal nemesis, Kylie.
I've got a cousin named Kylie, so I'm just like, I can't take you seriously.
Ah, yes. The unstoppable evil of Franklin.
No, the unstoppable evil. No, you know which one? Bob. Bro, I watched this show called fucking Moonrise, and the main villain of the show, at least in the beginning, was named Bob Schuyler.
Yeah, but everyone calls him Schuyler, I bet, right?
I'm unironically there for a show that goes 110% into just a stupid villain name of just Bob.
No, dude, it's sort of like Moonrise is all right. It's like a new Netflix show. It kind of reads a little bit like a YA dystopia a little bit.
Oh no.
Not in a bad way, really, but in terms of just certain story aspects.
Oh.
I am the sorcerer known as Tim.
The greatest ad-lib of all time. Fun fact, actually, to the everybody. He was meant to have like a really long, complicated name, but he forgot his line. He said his name is Tim, and they just went with it.
Yeah.
It's not like Google Orogram.
Oh, don't even fucking get me started. All the dragon names, man.
Like Grugalarasar?
Yeah, fucking hell.
Excuse the fuck out of you? Did you just become drunk?
No, she became French.
Well, that's a greater evil, actually.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
Do recommend Wakfu. Don't recommend trying to pronounce some of the names.
Yeah.
By the way, Yuri's gotten up to the introduction of the Dofus and the
Oh.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's neat.
Wow. So gosh, what episode was that again?
I think that was when they first arrive at the island and he's talking to I had to imagine he's met Adamai.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have to be. But that was surprisingly early on in the series.
Well, that was
Adamai.
halfway through the first season.
Yeah, it was. We're halfway through the third season now. How time flies.
Yeah, on the third season.
I'm liking this chapter, right?
No, I would much rather talk about the third season of Wakfu, where you encounter fantasy not Zelda. What am I saying? Zelda. Fucking
fantasy Zelda.
Sorry,
Zelda's
fantasy Frieza. That's what I was going for.
Okay, got you.
So, does he say, "Hello, monkeys"?
No, unfortunately, but it basically looks the same.
Does he become black?
Jury's still out. We'll get back to you on that.
You laugh at that, Kaiser, but that's an actual thing.
I know.
Frieza does.
I'm laughing because I know what you're talking about. Black Frieza is real, people. It's
Stop! Don't shoot! That man's not black! Toriyama had to have known.
Dude, whenever I get the chance to meet Eric Vale, the voice of Trunks, I'm definitely going to ask him about that.
So how did it feel saying that line?
Yeah.
I own your planet. I own this planet. In fact, fuck this planet. Sorry, Twilight.
Oh, it's fine. Ares swallowed a scream. She grabbed for the knife in her weapons belt. She could just see the snake woman in the sickly green light. Kylie was in her most hideous form. Half woman, half snake. From the waist down, her body was thick, ropey coils of fungus mottled white. Her head was human, except for her eyes. So she's a Naga.
Yeah, she's a Naga.
She's the Naga.
Right.
I don't know if that's considered all that ugly, but okay.
I was going to say, there's a good chunk of the internet that would still say wood.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are in this chat. We know who you are. Fucking degenerates.
I don't know who you are, so I'm not going to say a damn thing.
Look, I'm just saying, Mia from Monster Musume is top tier waifu material, and I'm not going to elaborate.
I haven't seen the show, so I can't comment. So as you were, sir.
It's a good guilty pleasure.
They were yellow, and the pupils were black vertical slits. Her hair trailed in greasy lengths around her shoulders. Kylie's tongue was red and forked. She lashed out with it, and a poisonous tip flicked through the hole, striking Ares' cheek. It's a long-ass tongue.
Oh my god, what is she, a fucking
long.
liquor from Resident Evil?
At this point.
I guess so.
No, Rhaenyra is top waifu material? No. In fact, there are better Arachne in Monster Musume.
They're better Arachne? What?
They're spider people. They're spider monsters.
Ah.
Yeah.
Anime proportions?
Yes.
As you are, sir. That's all I need to know.
Yeah,
pain
he's
was
just going to be
intense.
adding that to the list in the background. Sorry.
And Aerie burned as if seared by fire. Her face grim, her cheek flaming in pain, Aerie drew her knife. Chase moved closer to the snake woman. He lowered his horn, the deadly point aimed straight to Kylie's eyes. Let us pass, Kylie, or it will be the worse for you. I think not, Sunchase, sir. No, I think not, she spat. The wall of flames rose behind her and licked at the ceiling. Despite herself, Ares shrank back, and she shielded her eyes. Kylie's thin hiss was triumphant. I have come to deliver a challenge, princess. She made a mockery of the words. You have upset the balance of magic, and for this, you must pay. What do you mean, pay? Lori asked fearfully. Pay what? First! Kylie shouted. A trial by fire. The flames around her leaped crazily. Then, an ordeal by moonlight. And no special S's. The sign of the challenge will be this.
I fully expected you to say suck.
With a shriek of fury, she flung herself forward through the hole. She was all snake now, fangs dripping poison, an ugly, scaly skull gleaming in the light of the flames. Her fangs flashed in front of Aerie, then sank into the stony floor of the cave. 2 roses sprang up and bloomed in the gloomy light. Kylie breathed a poisonous cloud on the first, a red rose with a long stem and sharp thorns. This is the sign of the first challenge. A trial by fire. And this. She spat at the second. A white rose with insects crawled at its faded heart. This is the sign of the second. The ordeal by moonlight. She settled back into her coils, her lipless mouth stretched in a mirthless grin. Are you ready, princess? For the challenges?
I'm ready for you to get to the fucking point.
Yeah.
I mean,
You are dragging this the fuck out, lady. And he's already poisoned, apparently.
So
Yeah.
my note right here in my version of the book is, and I quote, is there a bar between here and the fucking point?
Yeah, it's been between all the S's, apparently.
We have been introduced
Also
to these fucking challenges for the 5th time in as many sentences. Jesus Christ. Unicorn of my balls. Thank you, Floof. That is very...
Yay.
We already got all this information in Atalanta's chapter.
Yeah, which means we didn't need fucking Atalanta's chapter.
Uh-huh.
I mean, do we ever need Atalanta's chapters anyway?
Unironically, yes, but that's for later.
Yeah.
To give you guys an idea, how long is this book? We are on location 265 of 1333.
Yeah.
We are 20% of the way through.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. Okay, let's remember.
Yeah, by the way, book 4 of 8.
Yep.
Technically 9, but the 9th doesn't exist, so...
Yep.
The 9th is a figment of our imagination.
Yep. So Aerie says that she's ready for anything. This bravery infuriated Kylie. With a hiss of frustration, she darted for Aries' eyes.
You're a unicorn, Harry!
Expecto to bullshit.
There's no laws in this world! Avada Kedavra!
Harry, you're a fucking wizard. No, I'm fucking not, you dumb... Sorry.
Fangs dripping with green venom. Sorry, Kaiser.
I just said he just pulls out a gun.
Harry Potter in the chamber that's loaded.
That he was, Robbie. That he was. And everyone thought it was weird. Alright. Shoot. Chase charged forward, his horn piercing the snake's left eye. Kylie screamed. The gouged eye dripped yellow fluid and green blood. She thrashed in the cave. Her coiled body whipped the walls. Her tail slashed at the rock and the roof of the cave began to fall. Eri felt Lori's hand grab her hair, and then she was being pulled backward. "No!" Eri shouted. "No!" She lunged forward on her hands and knees, gravel and sand falling around her ears. She saw Chase in the dimness, thrusting his horn back and again into the snake. Eri dodged his plunging
Chase,
hooves,
how can you
scrambling
cheat
the
on her
ground.
like that?
Right in front of her, too.
Unfaithful mount.
Yeah, holy shit. Yo, these horses ain't loyal.
Spelled with a W at the beginning.
This is some real horse shit.
Do you think the extended use of the S is to drag out the page count? Probably.
Honestly, I think the repeated plot points are what's dragging out the page count more so.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure 60% of these books are just recap and repeats.
If you cut out the fat from these books, you could probably fit them down into 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would have had the 9th book much sooner.
We've had a 4th book and be done with it.
Eri dodged his plunging hooves, scrabbling on the ground for the scepter, which seemed to find her through the roar of the falling rocks. She held onto the scepter desperately. Lori screamed, "Out! Get out! The whole thing's caving in!" Eri stumbled to her feet and grabbed Chase's mane, tugging at it. Suddenly, all 3 of them were outside the cave, standing into the safety of the south pasture. With the thunderous crash of the rest of the roof fell in. The way to the gap was closed. The road to Balinor was blocked.
Bam, bam,
Cool.
bam. Well,
So,
the series over. You can't get the Balinor anymore. That sucks.
Yep.
Yeah, shame that.
Roll credits. Well,
Yep.
it's been a long journey. Hope y'all enjoyed it, and we'll see you next.
It's such a shame that this ended on such a downer.
Yeah, man. Like, I'm not really
Ari should
into
probably get that
melancholy
poison
endings.
checked out. She's been
Yeah.
venomed, I suppose.
Which is really weird that the tongue is venomous and also the teeth. So chapter 4, they're recovering from their injuries, I guess, and from learning that the road to Balinor has been blocked. Also, this is a very stupid line right at the beginning paragraph of chapter 4. The green fire had seared the back of her right hand, and a bit of burned blood bubbled up from the wound. The pain was intense.
Okay.
Yep.
Blood doesn't burn.
It boils, but it doesn't do that.
Can it char? Can
No.
blood could coagulated blood could that burn maybe?
Not really.
It's the majority of blood is water.
You have to think of blood more like water than anything else. As Twi said.
Yeah. That's like asking if milk can burn.
I mean, technically yes, but at the same time, no one would assume so.
Milk that is still in the cow's teat, can that burn?
Yeah, that's basically where we are.
I mean, maybe it's just magic. Do we just do it because it's magical green fire? Do we just say, "Oh, it's magically burned somehow"?
I'm just imagining if there's a scene in Harry Potter where someone's skin is boiling and we just see bubbles just popping up on their
No, there is a scene in Harry Potter where a Death Eater gets a baby head. We don't We don't come back to that person ever, by the way. He just has a baby head.
We call him Babyhead McGee. He's the best enforcer we got.
Unironically, yes.
No, we call him Kiki because he can't say anything.
Damn.
That's a reference only Raymond will get because of Wafu.
Remember, Robbie, blood is thicker than water. That is actually only one half of the actual thing of like blood is thicker than water, but the entire quote is the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb.
Yes, I love that. The actual truth of that phrase.
It's very
Every
stupid.
once in a while, we
it.
always come back to that phrase and having to give the proper fucking thing, full phrase of it.
Look, if you don't cut your hand open and clap them together in a handshake, how do you know you're not friends?
Very easily, actually.
But the blood of the covenant, it needs blood.
Yeah, blood for the covenant.
Blood for the covenant gods, like stupidity for the stupidity throne, apparently.
The rosewood shaft was unblemished. The inlaid lapis lazuli was unchipped. Even the unicorn's head at the top of the staff was unmarked. Aerie rubbed the dust from the gracefully carved head. "Oh no," she said. She felt very, very tired. "Now what are we going to do?" "You have two options," the carved unicorn head said in a clear, tiny voice. "One, meet the two challenges imposed by Lady Kylie, emissary of Entia the Shifter."
Our enemy?
Our enemy.
Or two. Raven got you that time.
Fuck.
Or two, run away and become someone else altogether.
I'll take that one. No, wait, you're supposed to be... No, I'm running away. Bye. Just leave.
Of
Also,
course it talks.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, my staff is talking to me now. And Sanji's just like, it doesn't normally do that.
I have several staffs in my room. If they started talking to me, I'd be very concerned.
Yeah, you should.
It's just my luck that the animate objects in my room started behaving like the ones from Evil Dead 2. They start laughing at me.
Also, I know, are they all like walking sticks?
No, actually, I have two walking stick, but actual like battle staves. I have a recreation of Sun Wukong's staff. I have one of his. I have his rival staff. I can't pronounce his name at this point because of several things that we've talked about before, but I have his staff next to me, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 swords.
Okay, well, all right. That number one, cool, and number two,
I have most of them are from my uncle. I have the Braveheart sword. I have a Zweihander. I have the Moonlight Greatsword from Dark Souls. I have the
Do you have a shillelagh?
you know the what?
Do you have a shillelagh?
I don't actually. I was going to have the sword that is the bonfire from Dark Souls. I have that. And I have several straight swords and a recreation of Excalibur.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice.
Celestial Warlock says, remember why the unicorn reminded me of my grandma? I have a music box with a unicorn on it from her. Oh, okay.
Aww.
That's nice.
That's nice.
That's like cool for you, man.
With a shillelagh under me arm and a twinkle in me eye, I'll be off to Tipperary in the morning.
Okay, Raymond.
Sorry, I like the word shillelagh. It's a good word.
Mm-hmm.
Erlingshen.
Of course it talks. Yeah, Erlingshen.
Thank you. Sorry.
Of course it talks, Lori said in exasperation. I should have expected that. It talks, Aerie agreed. Did you hear that, Chase? Chase nodded and then sniffed at the scepter curiously. I've had no experience with this, he admitted. It's never said anything before. It's very interesting, Aerie said. Maybe it can tell us how to get past the horrible Kylie and back to Balinor. Because this whole conversation is like, yes, we are talking like humans.
Yeah, it's like this is how characters talk in children's show that are talking to the children. It's like, maybe this will. Let's check the letter. Maybe it'll tell us where to go. Yes, let's talk with the staff. Maybe it will know what to do. Hey, the staff.
Yep.
Can you please tell us what to do? Remember to use your manners, kids. Always say please and thank you.
And Axel, who is the main character of this story? It's still Ariana.
Yep.
Like, no one comes close.
Even though the book tries very hard to say that Atalanta is like the secondary protagonist.
Yeah, when hell freezes over, Jesus Christ.
Hell freezes over every year. What are you talking about?
Why do I feel like condescended to? God, if I was still 5 or 6, I feel offended. Kids deserve better.
No,
Yeah.
There's a joke. There's Hell, Alaska. It freezes over every year.
Fair. I'll give you that.
They named it just
She
for
looked
that.
at the
Totally.
She looked at the unicorn head. It was now mute. "Hello," she said, and shook the scepter lightly. The little carved head said nothing. "Maybe there's a tape recorder in there," Lori suggested. "Unscrew the top and let's see." Ari grabbed the base of the unicorn's neck and twisted it. The carved unicorn's eyes rolled up and the wooden horn squeaked. "Stop it!" "Oh, Chase," Ari sighed. "What do we do now?" "You have 2 options," the unicorn head said. 1. Meet the challenges posed by Lady Kylie, emissary of Entia the Shifter. Or 2. Run away to become someone else altogether. "You already said that," Lori pointed out. Becoming someone else is attractive," Ari said. "At least we shouldn't have half-human snakes chasing us. But what are the 2 challenges?" "The challenges are invoked when the balance of magic is upset," the unicorn head said. "The first is a trial by fire. The second is an ordeal by moonlight."
Oh my god, I am going to strangle this fucking stick! Get to the fucking point!
For all my Nier
What are the
fans.
challenges? We have heard nothing about, oh, these are the challenges. These are the challenges. Quite literally, this author, she got this deep into the book, knew that they needed to have these challenges, and she still couldn't come up with what they were, so she just keeps on fucking padding until we get to the actual explanation.
Yeah, say what you want about how formulaic total drama is. They tell you exactly what the challenges are, like right out of the gate. Dog, imagine an episode of that shit like this. The challenges had figuring out what the challenge is.
Its tone was bossy, sounding like a very precise teacher. "The gross snake lady told us that already," Lori said. "You're not helping one bit." The carved head didn't seem bothered by Lori's rather rude remark, since it didn't respond.
Yeah, well, she's fucking right.
I was gonna say, Lori's right here, you dumb bitch.
For once.
Not for once. Lori's actually been right quite a few times. She's
Weirdly
the most
enough,
relatable character in this fucking series.
Lori can be.
I can remember this damn book.
Lori is exemplified from the Community like gif that's just like, "You dumb bitch," right before he gets hit by a car.
Yeah.
"Just what do you do, Scepter?" "I answer some questions," the carved head responded promptly. "Some questions?" Chase asked. "Not all questions?" "I answer some questions. I do not answer all questions." "What did I have for dinner last night, then?" Lori asked flippantly. The Royal Scepter didn't dignify this with a comment of any kind, but its blue lapis eyes flashed in annoyance. "What's the difference between the questions you answer and the ones you don't?" "I am the gatekeeper of the magic beyond magic, Your Royal Highness. There is much you should know about the magic beyond magic. What you should know, but do not know, I will tell you." That sounded reasonable to Ari. "What is the magic beyond magic?" The scepter looked pleased, then recited in its thin, clear voice. 3 levels of magic. The first is small, the kind that is done without effort at all. First magic can turn sweet milk to sour, or cure stomach upsets and help crops to flower. The second is mighty and fierce, you will find. The second belongs to the dream speaker's kind, and the shifter as well, for it helps him disguise his terrible form from most humans' eyes. The third type of magic is deep, not controlled. by humans or those in the unicorn's fold. Third magic made both the shifter's dark hand and Atalanta the Good and her unicorn band. It begins at the end, it ends at the start. I guard its gate, the old mare is its heart.
So the third magic is just God.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of
Okay.
like fate, honestly.
Good to know, I guess. We have 3 tiers of magic. Can you teach me how to do the lesser kind so I can just do my laundry instantly? That'd be very useful.
I mean, it's telling that that's the spell that Fern got.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Ari closed her eyes. A piercing memory came to her. Dr. Bones, only she was Bonesy, her old nurse. And Ari was 7 years old at Bonesy's knee. They sat warm and safe near the fire at the nursery, and Bonesy recited the poem of the 3 magics to her, just as the scepter had done. Tears came to Ari's eyes. She had danced in triumph when she and Chase had retrieved the scepter from Castle Entia. The scepter was the visible sign of the partnership between them. Now that she had the scepter back, she and Chase were bonded together in deeper ways than ever before. But the return of the scepter also meant the return of her memory, just as Atalanta had said it would. Memories were painful. She had lost so much since the day of the great betrayal. Her mother, her father, her brothers, the throne of Balinor. Now she had to get it all back. Ari rubbed her face with one hand. Then tell us about these 2 challenges. Do I have to overcome both of them before Chase and I can get back to Balinor? Both of them, the scepter said a little smugly.
Botha.
Sorry. By fire and by moonlight, Ari mused. Scepter, will either of these challenges come from this side of the gap? The balance of magic was upset on the other side, and to the other side you must return. Wait, Lori said. If you can't return to Balinor until you meet these challenges, and the challenges aren't here, then that thing doesn't make any sense. Not all lands on the other side are Balinor, Ari said. I remember so much now. There are many lands surrounding my country. So it's like, okay,
so
you're
welcome. The way that I phrase it is welcome to the multiverse, motherfuckers.
No, it's not even that.
What?
It's literally like you live in Spain. You are banished from Spain to France. You can't go back to Spain until you do some challenges, so you have to go to Germany.
Yeah. It's so stupid that I'm like, at this point I'm just like, I threw my hands up. To quote myself for my notes a long time ago is, fuck it, why not?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it took you that long to get there. I've been here.
No, I've been.
We were waiting for you to catch up.
Guys, I have said fuck it, why not several times. I have not said exactly when because I don't want to stop Twilight.
Yeah.
I'm all like, okay, I thought Balinor was the dimension, not the state or continent or wherever this place fucking is.
Well, you'll be wrong, good sir.
Is it set giving the MC a tutorial? No, it's giving her a fucking side quest.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's a side quest.
So, yeah, like we thought that Balinor was just the entire dimension that was cut off from Earth. But no, it is merely a tiny little country within a speckled continent of other countries that surround it. And we kind of knew that. Because we knew that Balinor was surrounded by, like, Sixton and the Great Sea and, like, the Valley of Fear and all that. But, like, there are other countries outside of Balinor, but apparently Balinor is the special one for whatever reason.
Because, of course, it is.
I love it. It's like, oh, we can't access this interdimensional portal. No, we just can't access it to this one particular place. We can access it for all these other locations. And it's like, why can't we just go from those to Balinor?
Yeah.
Hush, 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 hush.
Oh, God.
There are many lands surrounding my country. She raised the scepter. Will we go to Rupture on the Sea? Or Fisneth by the gorge? Is that where the challenges will be? No, the scepter said.
So this is where Shad got it from.
Mhm. Bro, we haven't gotten to the worst where Shad got it from. Holy crap.
Oh, Christ.
Oh, what?
I will suffer, so you shall.
United clears of Balinor shall rise up against
the
the tyranny of the horns. Down with the principality of Balinor.
Down with them! Sorry.
Is that finally our addition to the Teddy Paladin lore?
For a while.
Oh, yeah,
we had an entire
It has
thing
been.
where Teddy Bear Paladin.
He went through a rough spat financially, so you couldn't super chat. That's why it's slow.
Yeah.
Oh no, like
fair.
you
I'm
don't
sorry.
have to super chat. You can do your lore in many different things. We love it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I asked if it was considered official Teddy Bear Paladin lore, like continuing that or not, because it wasn't in a super chat, and like it's fine if it's not because you did have the rough patch, but like is that considered like the official lore, or are you just memeing?
Hey Teddy, like you have to be the lore master, man. Like you are the Vati Vidya of this lore thing. Like, do you understand the like importance of your lore?
Yep.
Yes.
So they argue. They argue a little bit about like going home and not going home. Lori says, I told you already, I'm not facing my dad all on my own. It's not my fault you dragged me into the gap. You practically kidnapped me.
I was going to say...
Bitch, you followed her.
Well, Ari,
Yeah,
honestly, it's probably wise to go back with her and help her explain things, because otherwise your life here, if you ever want to return here, it's going to be a lot more fucking complicated.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Correct. However, comma.
There aren't any unicorns on this side of the gap, Ari said. Even if I let him here, someone from your world is even if I left him here hidden, someone from your world is bound to find him. And then where would we be? Chase and I have to use the scepter to get back to Balinor right now. If we stay much longer in the South Pasture, a human from this side of the gap is going to discover us both. Lori's face reddened. You don't get it, do you? She demanded. I can't just go home without any explanation. My dad will kill me. I think he'll be so happy to see you and relieved that you're safe and he won't be angry. And if he is, it won't be for very long. So you won't help me? I can't, Lori. I would if I could, but the risk to Chase is too great. Now listen to me. She smiled a little. Make sure you go back to the track room and the barn and change out of that black leather uniform you're wearing. You'll have a harder time explaining why you're in that getup.
No, you
Lori
won't!
turned her back.
She's gonna have a hard time explaining anything at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lori turned her back to all of them, Unicorn, Princess, and Scepter. Ari could tell she was crying hard. She must be terrified of her father.
A small glimpse we get into Lori as a character.
Yeah,
Yep.
for real.
Mm-hmm.
It's also very interesting because, like, she was basically Daddy's girl in the first book, and now she's apparently terrified of her father.
I find that, like, that's not mutually exclusive, and I find that interesting as a concept.
No, you can combine the two pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's a daddy's girl as a way of getting on his good side.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, no, I was saying, like, legitimately, it's interesting.
Yo, yeah. I'm just saying that, like, I don't have any faith for her to really spin anything from this, but it's a good little setup there to begin with.
Yeah. Ari nodded. She bit her lip, then walked up to Lori and put her hand on her shoulder. Lori shrugged her off. Ari's own eyes prickled in response to Lori's tears. How terrible to be so afraid of your father. Lori? No answer. Despite everything, I'm really glad that you're here with us. And I'm going to miss you. Lori flipped her hair back and scrubbed at her face with her hands. And shrug. Move on, I guess.
Yeah,
It's something.
it's better than nothing, but I would still want more from these two. But it's not like they had too much to begin with.
Right.
Ari is a void of personality at this point.
Yeah, like she's just generic good, despite the fact that she's like 12 or 13 years old. She's like perfectly calm, reasonable.
The notes I have is like she is one of the MCs of all time.
Yeah, for real.
Ari held the scepter up to the sunlight. Scepter, can Chase and I cross the gap? Yes. Will a snake woman be waiting for us, or any of the Shifter's army? Her head went to the knife in her weapon's belt. If they were, she would fight. No, the Scepter said cheerily. You will not engage the Shifter or any of his followers until the first challenge. How do we cross over, Scepter? You have two options. 1, dig the opening free. I hope the other one is easier, Ari said. Digging would take quite a while. Or 2, use magic. I prefer to use magic. Huh, the Scepter said disapprovingly. Always the easy way. All right, you must mount the unicorn and ride straight towards the opening. And don't let go of me. The Scepter scolded as Chase knelt down to allow Ari to mount. I'll be moving a lot of dirt here, and I need to concentrate.
Okay, so here is a fundamental problem that I have with this story, and I think it's from this author's viewpoint. Mm-hmm. The magic way is the easy way.
Excuse you?
That should not ever be the case. Magic should not be the easy solution. Magic should be something that is very, very difficult, costly, or otherwise time-consuming. It should not be considered the easy way. It should be considered an alternative way.
Especially when, like, they just obtained this magic.
It's the way gained through effort and skill overall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like, despite how, like, I'm going to use the example, D&D is just like, oh, this person can just summon, like, say, meteors and everything. That means that they're a level 9 wizard/sorcerer, and they have gone through a lot to get to this point.
Yeah, game balance aside, that did take a lot. And, like, that's what was it, 9th?
A 9th level
Meteor
means
Storm is a
you're
9th
at least
level
level 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a single slot. And though you have, like, only, like, 2 of those at 17, right?
You only have one at 17, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you have one at 17.
We're getting into the weeds here. The point is, like, it takes a long time to get to that point, and there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears along that way.
Sure.
Guys, we struggled through 3 books to get here.
We struggled!
Yeah,
she did jack shit!
The only amount of struggle that we had, that the characters had at this point, was, and then just things that weren't contrived, was the trek towards fucking not Mount Doom last book.
I didn't even read this book. You and I know nothing read this book, and I still feel like I've come out the other side of a fucking meat grinder.
Yeah.
Welcome to our hell.
Yeah, and well, like, this is, I know nothing second time reading this. This is my, like, 8th to 10th time reading this book.
She has gone through the hells of Naraka, and she has found enlightenment.
Yep.
I'm just finding a headache.
Perfectly fair.
There was a moment, short, astonishing, in which Ari and Chase were one being, unicorn and girl fused into a single figure with 2 minds existing side by side. Ari could see, hear, and taste just as Chase did. She marveled at the way the ground felt under his hooves, at the messages that came to him from the scent of the wind, the shift of light. So this is what bonded magic was like.
Okay, but, like, they get out of whatever they're doing, and it turns out, no, they've been Cronenberg fused together. They're just a horrible, mutated ball of unicorn and human flesh, and it's just, kill me.
Oh wow.
Okay, you were cutting out like really hard, so I wasn't even sure.
I think that was his soundboard.
That was my soundboard. Sorry. That was me. So it was both my soundboard and me, like legit hitting my throat as I was talking. So I'd be like,
Okay, now I understand.
It's a old voice acting trick.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine.
I'm good, by the way, everybody. Don't worry. I am not like actually hurting myself.
Well, we are hurting ourselves by reading this book, but not any more than that.
Fair enough. As you were, sir.
So, chapter 5. Woo!
So they use magic
That's
and they
what-
open the portal. They just magic their way back through the gap.
Yep. The whole chapter for chapter 3 was, oh no, we've blocked the way, and chapter 4 was, hey, we've cleared the way. Wasn't that so interesting?
And nothing of value was lost except our brain cells.
And we just
Yep.
abandoned Lori in the wilderness of the fucking farm.
Right.
I swear to God, if she got dragged with them again.
Atalanta made her way wearily to the watching pool. Ariana and the Sun Chaser were still missing. Each day for the past 2 weeks, she had climbed the rocky path to the magic water. Each day she had been disappointed, with no visions came to her of Balinor and the world beyond the gap. She bent her lovely head. 3 times that her crystal horn touched the water. 3 times she called Ariana's name. Nothing. The mirror to the world was blank.
Okay, so it's been 2 weeks. There's time dilation between the realms.
Correct.
Yep.
That is
Then
horrifying implication.
we'll get to that in a bit. I have lots of words to say to that.
Put a pin in that.
Yep, put a pin in that. When a familiar black and white shape picked its way through the trees, Tobiano, the sturdy unicorn who had acted as her emissary to Balinor, had returned that morning. He had already told Atalanta that the foxes Basil and Dill came back with a terrible tale of Ariana's disappearance. The 2 of them, and Lincoln, had waited in vain for her Royal Highness to return. Basil and Dill had returned to the Valley of Fear, from the Valley of Fear, and sailed on the Dawnwalker back to Sixton. They found Toby waiting as he had promised. Toby listened, then made his way from Sixton to the path to the Celestial Valley. Atalanta had sent him off to graze. She was a little surprised to see him return so soon. "Hello, Toby," she said. "Have you rested well?" Her voice was soft and musical as ever, but the stout unicorn noted her tired eyes and the slump in her withers. "You look terrible," he said in his blunt and rude way. "I brought someone to cheer you up. Lincoln, tell the dream speaker what you've just told me."
Oh, so he just got Lincoln. Lincoln's no longer...
Yeah.
Okay, there goes that
I've-
tension.
I also appreciate like characters like one who's like very formal. It's like you look well, and the other is less formal. Looks at them and just like you look like shit.
Yeah, I do enjoy that.
Like the only person in the entire like setting that could just say to their face, "Yeah, you look like shit."
Gonna need a cushion for all those pins. Yes.
That's why we have the book. Duh.
That's my pages. How dare you, sir? Many
That's
a
your cover.
pin. Many a pin can be held in these pages.
Yes. He steps aside. Atalanta's violet eyes widened in astonishment. Ariana's collie, Lincoln, stood there. He was thin, his coat was ragged and dirty, and his white forepaws were stained with blood. He had come a long way, but what amazed Atalanta was not his pitiful condition. She was shocked to see him here at all, in the Celestial Valley where no beings but the celestial unicorns were allowed. These were indeed strange days. The balance of magic was having a greater effect than anyone could tell.
You've never met a dog, have you, Atalanta? They don't really follow the rules.
Yeah, no.
They will wander into someone else's yard with no qualms whatsoever.
I saw a video today of a group of dogs barking and charging at a bear and her 3 cubs.
God damn.
Oh yeah, they do that.
They do that,
I
yeah.
was gonna say Fenton. Fenton, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Yeah, it's actually considered more dangerous to be with a dog near a bear than it is to be on your own with a bear. Because dogs will go and attack the bears and make the bears angry, and then they will attack anything around them.
Yo,
including
one
you
bear,
and your dog.
Yo, one bear versus 100 dogs. Who would win, chat?
The bear.
It depends on the dogs. Talking Great Danes, the dogs got it. We're talking Chihuahuas,
Nah,
the bears
it's the
got
bear.
it.
Yeah. The dog looked at her and bowed before her. I never thought I would speak to you, Dream Speaker, he said, except for the time that you spoke to her in the first book. I am the most...
Sorry.
I am the most fortunate of dogs.
The most fortunate of dogs, my ass.
Yep. I found him at the gateway to Balinor, Toby said. I was grazing that little patch of four-leaf clover around the crystal arch, and I heard the scratching and whimpering, so I turned to the lock in the door with the tip of my horn, and there he was. Wait, so you have a door on your crystal arch? For what? Who?
Is there a I'm gonna ask it actually. Is there like a doorbell?
Yeah.
Giant door knocker. Also, if does your like horn like shift and meld to actually unlock the door? Because I have to imagine a lock that only requires a single cone to actually open is not a very good lock. The lockpicking lawyer would give it probably a 0 out of 10.
I'm now imagining a unicorn like literally sticking his horn into a lock and like turning his like neck 90 degrees in order to unlock something.
Oh my god. Somebody has to tip him over. Like spin him all around.
Oh man, I locked my door. Let me get my unicorn out and just okay.
Let me get my unicorn.
Atlanta lifted her head and gazed up at the sun. She sent a silent thanks upward. Magic strong enough to allow this dog to visit the Celestial Valley was the work of the old mayor of the mountain.
Yeah, sure.
Atlanta... yeah, even though that you just said that the only reason why he was here was because the magic was fucking disrupted. This has nothing to do with the old mayor of the mountain, my lady.
The old mayor of the mountain is not helping you.
Yeah, no.
Care Bear Scholar, they say that once the forests of Balinor were home to many tribes and languages. Then the unicorns came and decided to civilize the locals. They needed only one tongue. Theirs.
Ooh.
Who?
Who?
Anyone gets that reference?
Finally.
Can I just hear Teddy Bear Paladin's lore on everything? I'd prefer that.
Yeah, for real, dog. We still need to get that compilation, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, actually, Raymond, is there a way to check like all of the super chats that we had from Teddy Bear Paladin? Like, on your end?
God, I don't know.
That's something that you can do with Twitch chat. It's not something you can do with YouTube chat.
Fuck.
Someone used to demarcate everything in the Jack streams, and they would specify when Teddy Bear Paladin's lore came out.
Yeah.
I don't know if they still do that anymore, but...
They are the lost scholar, the final wizard.
Yeah.
Some people do, but it's very rare. Yeah.
The sacred text.
The sacred text!
It used to be every stream, but then it became more and more rare to see that happen.
Right.
I partly blame myself because I didn't really keep up with trying to put them in the plays.
Okay, everybody, we blame Celtic.
Oh.
Yeah, it's his fault.
Always.
Damn it.
Not always. Sometimes it's your fault.
Just most of the time.
For what?
Memes.
Okay.
I literally threw out memes because I had nothing else to say, but you're just like, okay. If it's for the meme, then I can rewire all of Kaiser's programming, I see.
Well, I was just trying to give up, and I heard Raymond in the background.
Normally, I would have to hack a being such as you. I have several ways with my cybersecurity background, but like, if you're just gonna give me the codes, man, I will gladly take them.
Oh, let's not go that far, okay? I don't give codes to just anybody. I need some E-tanks before then.
Understandable as you were, sir. I'm gonna say that a lot for this stream in particular, but like, it's still so funny. It's so funny. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
Yeah, is that your jinkies? I know. Is that what it is?
No, my jinkies is put a pin in that. That's my jinkies.
The old mayor of the mountain was not one to hand out favors. Events must be more perilous than Atalanta had thought. Are you hungry, Lincoln? She asked in her gentle voice. And have you had water to drink?
I've never really. Well, I wonder what she sounds like. I haven't heard a description of her voice before.
Atlanta's?
Yeah, just I absolutely never heard her gentle voice before, ever.
It certainly existed, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. He has news, Dream Speaker. Toby burst out. He has no time for food or water.
He's just laying on the grass dead. It's like...
He has no time for food or water. What say you? Then like flies start swarming. It's like zzz.
His news will do us no good if he is faint from hunger and exhaustion, Atalanta said. Lincoln rose stiffly to his feet. His dark brown eyes were worried. I will not eat nor drink, milady, until I tell you what I know. You must save Ariana. There is no one else to help. Then tell me, Atalanta said. I too am concerned about her royal highness and the sun chaser. As Toby told you, I waited by the pit for Ari and Chase. While I waited, Lincoln shivered, as if a frigid wind hit him. He returned. Entia, the shifter.
Our enemy.
If this...
We were all ready for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfectly in sync. Right on cue.
Care Bear Scholar, sorting through the old archives is something difficult. The scribe Phoenix of Celtic origin is said to have been responsible for the archive's disarray. Nonetheless, I shall sort through these. Oh no!
No.
Oh my god.
Dun dun
We have
dun dun dun. Oh, okay, I'm not doing that again.
The who has found the great scrolls of Alexandria.
Holy shit.
It's like, wait,
The
to be
Care Bear
hilarious,
Scholar
it's
is
like,
definitely a strong one.
oh, what was this?
Indeed.
We found the Library of Alexandria. Worthless. Teddy Bear Paladin post. We need those.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beer.
As you were saying.
As if this, Toby said, as if this weren't perfectly obvious to the Dream Speaker. He came back as a giant bird. His wings covered the Valley of Fear. He flew straight to Castle Entia. He summoned his army to him. All the shadow unicorns left the pit at his command. Then, for half a day, all was quiet.
Why is my name spelled like a Q? Sorry.
And then, a great cloud of fire and oily smoke flared up from the palace towers. The herd of shadow unicorns poured from the gates. A giant unicorn stallion led them, the largest I've ever seen. It breathed fire. Lightning crackled from its iron horn. Lincoln stopped and shivered.
Like the
Mama.
trees of Malchior 7.
I hate that I know that.
Why? It's Dragon Ball Z abridged. It's one of the
That's
most
so
common
good.
references.
I can still feel weird, man.
Moloth, Atalanta said. Herd leader of the shadow unicorns, and on his back, Lincoln? Yes, Lincoln said. The shadow rider. I hid in the thorn bushes by the pit. The unicorn army swept by me and thundered into the pit. There was a flash of green fire, and the Shadow Rider was gone. I am afraid. I am very afraid.
Unicorns of Balinor confirmed Common Rider spinoff?
At this point, yeah.
Eh? That the Shadow Rider had been sent to attack the princess and the Sun Chaser, Atalanta said. Yes, the first challenge is trial by fire, and the Royal Scepter is gone. And with the Royal Scepter gone, the Shifter has the right to force the trial. There is deep magic in the scepter, Lincoln. Part of this magic keeps the barrier between our world and the next. I wonder if the scepter's absence is one of the reasons you were able to come to us here in the Celestia Valley, which you already suspected because you said that a couple pages ago.
Did you remember something from a couple pages ago, Twy?
I did. I have such a good memory.
How dare you? Like, you just ruined everything.
Sorry, I do that. I'm a terrible person. I'm the worst.
Oh yeah,
Literally
the worst. Like, you will just bring people on to talk about stuff and just talk about things that you really like. Like, you're just a horrible person.
Can I just say, I really enjoy how you highlighted everything on this page except for her violet eyes were half closed. It's like,
look, you have to understand that
it feels like such a pointless exclusion at this point. It's just like,
it is a pointless exclusion, but you have to understand how much horseshit we have to go. Look, I'm sorry, this is my
excuse
small
you,
rant.
it's unicorn shit.
Look, when I think of unicorn shit, I have to remember this. I have to remember the bullshit that Twy tricked me into. Holy crap, this is just... I'm not even going to say anything other than banal stupidity of just worthless, stupid. I can't continue.
But you will.
Yeah. This is.
I mean, in words.
Oh.
This is why I got through these early chapters so fast, Raven, because I was basically highlighting everything.
Yeah. There's a lot that I can't confirm that she just decided, you know what? This is absolutely worthless, and I can confirm, yes, it's absolutely worthless.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm back. I just got back. What's absolutely worthless? This book?
Oh, hi, Kaiser. How are you?
Oh, hi, Mark. Wait. Care Bear Scholar says, the principality spoke often of the dreaded Shifter, their eternal enemy for whom they blamed all citizens' troubles was placed upon. Oddly fitting a name to have responsibly shifted on. We have responsibility shifted on. Huh.
Finally, we have lore for the Shifter.
Dog, I'm so glad that the name stuck that we're calling it the Principality.
Dude, I have principalities for my actual, Sorry, that's literally the stuff for my actual, stuff in my book, so I am very happy.
I mean, the main location of the Artificer, Hakaj, is a principality, so...
I was going to say the Principality of Knowledge and the Principality of Steel are two things that I very much like.
I'm just a Gundam fan.
Yes.
Okay, that's perfectly fair, but I have to ask.
Zeon did nothing wrong. Anyway. Australia deserved it.
Australia deserved it!
For the record, I have not really watched many of the shows that have Zeon, so I don't really know anything of what Zeon has actually done.
So when you say you approve of Zeon, will you do a High Hitler? Because that's what they do.
No,
Ooh.
No, I will not.
They literally do a Zeon!
Yeah.
Okay, but I take issue with that because that's just the Roman salute.
Oh, it's a Roman salute now, is it?
Yes! That's what the motion is called!
I just also want to mention that the main guy in charge of Zeon was literally compared to Mustache Man, and he took it as a compliment.
Oh,
Correct.
fuck.
He did, yes.
Someone needs to ship Celtic Phoenix to Australia. No, I'm Canada was the one that was hit first, and then it was Australia. I was like, okay. Well, actually, to be fair, I have people I like in Australia too.
I thought they were all hit at the same time in Operation British.
Most of the Gundam lore consists of people really not liking Canada and Australia at the same time.
Why?
Also South America.
A very
South America.
interesting question, actually. I don't understand, actually, because the world building lore artists are just like, you know what? Fuck Australia and Canada in particular.
Is this like a JoJo thing with dogs?
Kind of. But I mean,
well, to be fair, in comparison to JoJo and dogs, with Tomino, it's children. So there you go.
Well, no, like I was saying, like, is the reason why Australia and Canada in particular are always hit is the same reason why dogs are always like killed or hurt in JoJo, because dogs are like a representation of all that is good in the world, and so Canada and Australia have done nothing wrong, so they always get hit as like the sign of like the ultimate evil.
I have no idea. I could
To
not
be
tell
fair,
you.
this is only in the UC timeline, though. We don't know if they usually get hit in the other timelines.
That's because Universal Century is the best timeline.
True.
It's the main timeline, so like, it's not a fair comparison.
I mean,
the alternate timeline has the best Yuri.
Oh well, yeah.
I only like Universal Century, so.
Yeah, the main timeline has the best yaoi, though.
Hey, so I'll say this, Twy. You say that the best timeline is Universal Century. I have to ask, actually, real talk. How does it feel being being so based?
Feels pretty good, actually.
Look at a map in Gundam Sea, for Pete's sakes. That in the Sahara Desert has 5 lakes. Oh, right, yeah, I forgot about
It does. Look, Gundam timelines.
Yeah,
are
but what
weird
does periodic
for a
P have to
reason.
do with anything?
Periodic Pete? Hold up! Do not besmirch my name of Pete, my guy.
Well, no, but he's like, for Pete's sake. Like, what does Pete have to do with anything?
Oh, there it is. That makes sense.
I was waiting for him to figure it out.
I was like, did you not pick that up? I was.
Yeah.
Don't worry, man. I was embarrassed for you.
He's embarrassed for me plenty of times. Like, I'm gonna stop talking. Like, clearly.
Oh, Teddy Bear Paladin, I appreciate you feel comfortable sharing it, but we can't keep. There's a limit to how many we can cover in one episode.
I just feel hot take as flustered it is. Anno Domini AU was fun. No, it wasn't.
Which one was that?
Too much to explain in this podcast.
Which Gundam was it? Oh, 00.
Oh, 00. Yeah. Okay. That name sounded familiar.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say I liked the I enjoyed the Witch from Mercury timeline. That stood on its own. It's fine.
Yeah, very few of the alternate Gundams are good.
All right. What, Dream Speaker? Toby demanded. Atalanta's glance at him was slightly reproving. Tobiano was indeed the rudest unicorn in the celestial herd. Although he had a loyal heart. Why is he rude for asking you a question? I will keep my own counsel, Tobiano. You have done well, both of you. Perhaps I, too, can use this temporary imbalance to send some help. She shook her head, and her silky mane swirled around her withers. And then again, perhaps not. All I can do is try. Then she turns to Lincoln and says, if you eat and drink the food we have here in the Celestial Valley, you will forget this time with me. You will forget what I have told you. Then I cannot eat or drink, Dream Speaker. I must return to my mistress and tell her all I know.
I shall remember
How much
that
do you know?
Whatever the conversation was, apparently that Atalanta is going to send help, I guess, and that she knows now about the trials and all that.
Why would the food stop you from remembering that?
Yeah, what? Also, fucking what was it? You questioned why is it rude if he's just asking a question? Do you have any idea how do you remember? Have you forgotten how pissy everyone is about explaining anyone in these books?
Yeah.
Literally anyone walks up and asks for a rational explanation instead of the fucking runaround, be it Lori or Tobiano, they get shit on as bad people.
They really do.
It really is like this book is anti-intellectualism.
It's why I'll say it actually to throw out a shout out to a really good member of the Tundra. It's why I really appreciate Zero to Heroes like book series / his sorry. His story in general of the fact that someone starts going on like a whole, this is really complicated and horrifying. You have to understand this through like simple means, and then the main character is just like, no, fucking tell me what I'm supposed to know.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
like in hell, like unlike at least say what you want about similar things happening in Kingdom Hearts, where not a whole lot of things are immediately answered. At least you get some entertaining dialogue out of this. This shit's a fucking slog.
I mean,
yeah.
Kingdom Hearts gives us the like, I am all that ever was. I meant your fucking name.
Well,
yeah,
it gives us Kingdom Hearts is much more operatic. In a way, I guess I find that's a good word for it. Like, all hearts begin in darkness, and all so end. Sorry, all worlds begin in darkness, and all so end. The heart is no different. It's like everything is like accentuated in these very dramatic flourishes, and that's very much Final Fantasy of them. It's not esoteric because actually the characters are understanding what's being said for the most part. So it's not like it's not like here where it's like taking everyone 5 repetitions to understand anything that's happening,
or that you're actively getting punished for asking the question.
Hey, Galtic, have you seen the Death Battle Optimus Prime versus Gundam? No, but I'm guessing Optimus Prime won.
Well, yeah, he did, but that was a very great death battle, I will say, at least animation wise, and like, but that fight is a fucking stomp. What chance did Amuro have?
I was gonna say, like, you would need to get some other bullshit Gundams, and you would need to get like,
why didn't they give him the new Gundam?
Not new as
in NEW. No. Not new as in the NEW, but like
no, I mean the NU, the new.
Yeah, the NU.
They didn't give him new. Why didn't they?
They gave him the basic RX-78 too.
What? Okay. Now, was it fair, or did they upgrade Optimus Prime?
They just compiled everything from G1.
Oh, that doesn't seem fair.
No, it's really not.
Also, like, what? You could pull out, like, the Unicorn, couldn't you? Because Unicorn gets bullshit. There's, like, a world.
I mean, it does, but Amuro never used it.
Yeah, but that's still Universal Century.
Yeah, but at that point, that's a different character. Anyway, we're getting lost in this.
Yeah.
Point is, that fight is bullshit.
Yes.
I don't deal in Death Battle. I think it's stupid.
I think it's silly, but like it can be entertaining at times, but I haven't found any interest in it recently.
Cross versus Battle have their points, but Death Battle is
very shoddy.
Less than good at their pronunciations. I'll say this. They say that a big one is that Gara is beaten by Toph from The Last Airbender.
Oh my god, don't even get me started with that one.
That's a big one. And the other one is that Green Lantern wins against Ben 10.
Oh Christ, yeah, I know that one's hot. All right, a
Don't
lot
forget
of the
Tifa versus
gun
Gang.
frames from G-Witch are stupid. Yeah, dude, you get a fucking if you get a G-Witch Gundam in there like Calibarn,
Calibarn breaks the entire series of
Calibarn
Universe Century.
erased a fucking super weapon from halfway across the solar system.
Yeah, like, you guys have to understand, like, G-Wix, Witch Gundam.
Gund is a bullshit format, and it basically has magical properties.
Correct.
It would just turn off Optimus. Versus battles can be fun, but DB has shot a research and characterization a lot of time. It feels stupid and easy to click apart. Yep.
Yeah, especially characterization.
But yeah, I'll be right back. Twi can continue. I'm going to use the restroom.
Yes.
Please do.
So they're walking through the tunnel gap, and Eri wants more light. Scepter, can you give us more light? Eri whispered. Yes. The narrow beam didn't change. Eri bit her lip in exasperation. The Scepter appeared to be very literal-minded. She'd have to remember that. Scepter, would you please broaden the light? The blue light spread out like sweeping water, illuminating the sides of the tunnel. Eri was so shocked at what she saw, she brought Chase to a halt. Wooden doors lined the tunnel walls. There were many of them, all constructed of broad planks, all with arched tops. The hinges and latches were made of black iron. Where do these doors lead to? Eri asked. Other countries, the Scepter said. Other lands. None of them Balinor, Your Royal Highness. We need to press on, Chase said. He moved out without her permission. Someday, Eri thought, when all of this is over, I will return here if I can. She would love a chance to explore new lands. And I think this is the only time that we ever get mention of these other lands.
As part of my notes, you are correct. This is the only time.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just to be there.
It's the case of, like Twilight said earlier, like this is, say, England, and the other lands are like France and Germany.
Yeah.
This is the same sort of generalization.
Yeah.
Sure.
But if that's the case, it's like, well, why don't you just get on your unicorn and walk, Eri?
Yeah, for real.
You don't need to go through the fucking gap and go through these doors to get to the other lands.
Yeah, you have instant. Dude, this is how you know this is the worst fantasy store. You have fast travel and you refuse to use it.
I like universes where fast travel is explained.
Yeah.
There's very few, really.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was going to explain some sort of fast travel in my novel once Wicca and the other characters got it, but...
Yeah, but, like, you're a good writer.
That's true. Not to brag, I don't like bragging about my writing capabilities because I know that I still have a long way to go.
Yeah,
neither do I, but I'm just here like, guys, so I like Caliburn. I think I did a pretty good job with Caliburn. Twi has done a really good job with her novel. You will love it when you finally read it.
When I finally finish it, more like.
Guys. Actually, Twi, fuck you. You'll get there eventually. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I am planning on going back to it, but I do want to finish the first chapter of Fractured Fairy Tales first, because I did promise that I would get that sent off to Critter and to Zero.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I'm just waiting mostly for Raymond to come back if he wanted to comment on this whole thing, but he's taken a while.
Raymond exists in the Between Lands. He is in the unseen world.
Yeah, I was about to say, who needs our host anyway?
Yeah, man, like the actual main channel of everything. Like, come on.
Yeah. This is a hostile takeover.
Damn it, I was getting a drink.
Oh.
You guys freaking heckling me. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, that's what happens when you take too long.
Let's see. Doors to other worlds. Never mentioned again. That's great. So clarification wand. Are they countries or are they worlds? Please specify.
We don't know.
Which one are we
Great
supposed to go
question.
into?
Great question, Raymond. How dare you mention them?
Also, is this the first time this is one of the rare times we've actually gotten any kind of characterization from Ari. The sense of adventure, we never get that from her. Ever.
At least ever since she gotten back her freaking memory and shit.
It is very... It's very sparse.
I mean, the most that we've ever gotten from her is just how much she doesn't want to be a princess, but has to.
Yeah, you have to be a princess. Truly the worst thing ever.
I mean, if it were taken seriously, yeah, it could be.
Yeah. Also,
I mean, that's where I'm at.
Also, did we read the freaking teddy bear paladin thing already? Just wanted to make sure.
I was about to, but then Raymond returned.
The unicorns declared that not only were they fit to fight the shifter, the rest of the animals barred from service. From the right to arms. The local bears found this particularly objectionable.
Honestly, I'll take an army of bears before an army of unicorns.
Thanks, Teddy. Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Oh, Robbie says we forgot the previous one.
Ooh, true.
Oh, we did?
Oh, I thought you already read that one.
Did we?
CBS sorting through the old archives is sometimes difficult. We read that one.
We read that out.
Yeah, we read that
high
one,
taxes
Robbie.
to fund the defense against the shifter and their armies. Poor crop yields, deteriorating roads, unavailability of resources, the fault of the shifter and their sorcery. That was right before Iza's hot take about Anno Domini.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Does Celtic have a little eyebrow raise? Yeah, all the time.
For some reason, I don't see that one. But okay.
We both have a little eyebrow raise, honestly.
No, you have worried eyebrows.
Yeah.
And then angry
I'm
eyebrows.
worried, I see.
Yes.
I just have my sunglasses.
I'm
Well,
you don't have eyes.
Send the unicorns to Australia. The unicorns would die. You see, that could be a Gundam reference, or could that just be a regular Australia reference?
Considering all the bullshit that it's in Australia, like, come on.
Yeah.
Okay.
His resting Dwayne The Rock Johnson face.
Are you sure about that? I know it's not Dwayne The Rock, but yeah, go ahead.
She could just make out the opening above her. When she and Chase had left the pit of the Valley of Fear, it had been night. And it was night still. She could smell the desert air and see a huge yellow moon far above in the sky. Something about the moon bothered her. She narrowed her eyes and stared at it.
It hasn't been brushing its teeth. It's got a buildup of plaque. That's why it's yellow.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Very.
Or, you know what? Big brain. It's made out of cheese.
Ooh.
Frickin' Wallace and
Gromit
was right.
So, she tells the scepter to turn itself off, and it does. And then they leave the tunnel. The last powerful leap, they were out of the gap and into the floor of the pit. Airy reined Chase in and peered into the night. The scent of burning fire and ash was horribly familiar. The moon hung like an overripe fruit in the sky. The moon. Airy frowned. At most, they'd been at Glacier River half an hour. No more. There had been no moon when she and Chase had followed Lori through the gap. It had been a shifter's moon, when the moon itself was dark. Now it was full.
It's been a month? Or no, half a month.
Yep.
Sorry, I thought they were making another retcon. So
it's been a few weeks.
Yep. Scepter. So she asks, she can't find Link or Basil or Dill. Scepter, where is my dog? The blue light illuminated the surrounding dark like a beacon.
Ari thrust it under her coat. The dog is asleep in the brush 30 paces to the north of where you are standing, the scepter mumbled, and I don't like it under here. Then turn yourself off, Ari said in a low voice. The light winked out.
Turn yourself off.
Yep.
I'm just going to leave it at that.
That would be a useful ability to have.
Yeah.
Turn yourself on, turn yourself off.
Hey, Alexa, turn yourself off.
The stars in the Valley of Fear shone dimly, veiled by the miasma of oily smoke, but she found Callista, the North Star, right where it ought to be. Ari counted off 30 paces, Chase walking gravely behind her. She stopped at a thick stand of thornbush. Lincoln, she whispered. Link! A low whine, a muffled bark of greeting. The collie crawled from beneath the brush, his tail wagging feebly. His coat was matted with burrs, and his little white forepaws were stained with blood. So they greet each other.
So he
notices...
left to come back into the most worst situation possible.
Yep, and he apparently stayed here in the Valley of Fear for 2 weeks without food or water.
What a fucking unit.
Yeah.
And goes from being a fucking unit to being a goddamn idiot. How are you not dead?
Look, I'm trying to give him the most I can. I'm not saying he's not a fucking moron.
Yeah, but listen, that's across all of these characters have to bear, okay, Raymond? Treat this like Ruby a little bit.
No, don't treat this like Ruby.
So we gotta treat it worse?
Unironically, yes.
I was gonna say, Ruby actually gets to the point eventually.
Eventually.
Yeah, the points are just stupid, but we do get to them much quicker.
Yeah. So she notices that Link is emaciated. When did you last eat, Link? She asked. She kept her voice steady and calm. She rubbed the tips of his ears lightly. Quite a while ago, I should think. Her lips trembling, she urged him to lie down. One hand on his head, she fumbled at her belt. She needed the first magic, the magic of Dr. Bones, her old nurse. She had that magic, along with the star bottle given to her by Atalanta, right at her fingertips. A small magic, Dr. Bones had said when she'd given Ari the leather bag so many adventures ago. Use it when you have need.
Wait,
and there is need now.
How many adventures has it been? It's been one adventure. Unbroken. It's not... What the fuck are you talking about? You guys haven't gone through multiple adventures. You're still on the first one.
Also, It was kind of implied that you could only use the magic, once.
Yeah.
And now she's using it again?
Yep.
What? Oh, fuck.
Also used the wrong version of there. Oh, he did. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And there is need now, Ari thought desperately. She opened the little bag and shook its contents into the dirt. A small bowl, an even smaller package wrapped in paper, and a few other odds and ends. Ari set the bowl upright. She drew the scepter from underneath her jacket. She now remembered how to use the first magic. The magic that had been given to her and to Chase when they were bonded so long ago. She remembered all that she'd forgotten during the dark days when she had been Ari Langley, stable hand at Glacier River Farm, with broken legs and no memory. She was Ariana, High Princess of Balinor, and she was going to save her dog. By Callista and Calaman, she said, her hands cupped in midair over the bowl. I ask for water on behalf of the one who is much beloved. For that was the key to the first magic. You couldn't use it for yourself. It had to be used to do good for others.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so then how does the shifter work?
He uses the second magic.
Oh, right.
Yeah. He's the dark side to Atlanta's good side in the Force. And then you have the shit magic, which you can perform as long as you're not performing it for yourself.
The
So
shit
you can't
magic.
you can't use magic to do your laundry. You can only use it to do your neighbor's laundry.
I mean, so long as your neighbor includes your laundry, there's no issue.
I'm reminded of the shit slime when you said shit magic. There was a wizard in Rapid.
Oh my god!
There's a adventure module called Rapid Athuk for
his
D&D.
His name,
and one of the enemies you can encounter in it is the shit slime, which is a slime that was created after a wizard dropped his fucking wondrous, a staff of wonder down
I heard of this one.
down an outhouse. And it basically gave all the shit in their sentience.
I mean, the real joke that you can make it is that, congratulations, this is what Radagast wanted, apparently.
I don't get it.
We've forgotten the crack, Gromit!
I'll tell you about Tolkien's lore later, Kaiser.
Okay, sure.
So, she unwrapped the square package and spread the cloth in the sand. She held her hands over it. By Bandon and Bar, I ask for food on behalf of the one who is most beloved. What is in the square package? Because there used to be a rock in there, but then they ate it after it was turned into some food.
What's in the box?
We put a square of air in there.
Also, who the fuck are these? Are they stars? Is she, wishing upon a star?
Is she invoking gods?
Yeah,
Which wouldn't make any sense, because you have a very Christian-based, the one above all.
Yeah. So, Callista, we mentioned before that Callista is the North Star. But who is Calaman? Is that also a star? Who is Bandon and Bar? Are they also stars? Are they gods? Is Callista both the North Star and a god?
Hey, Twy. Stop thinking.
Damn it!
No spoiler questions.
No spoiler questions.
She settled back on her heels. Lincoln drained the water bowl 3 times, then gulped the food. The magical food and water worked fast. His eyes brightened, his ribs filled out. He looked at her with love and devotion in his deep brown eyes, and attacked a 4th serving of food with zest.
And then he died of his stomach exploding.
Yep. Well, sniped a familiar voice behind her. Looks like you can do magic too. Aerie jumped and whirled, her knife at the ready without conscious thought. Lori! She shouted. What are you doing here? Lori stood defiantly in the moonlight.
Congratulations! The entire falling back to Earth was pointless!
Yeah.
What was the point of any of that? What was the point of any of this?
To get to the trial by fire and the ordeal by moonlight, apparently.
You could have just had that! Also, what do you mean we're not allowed to go back to Balinor? We're in the Shadowlands! It's right next to Balinor! I can walk there!
So you okay there, Raymond? Or
this is so stupid! I don't know why, but it's why do you keep undoing your own fucking consequences?
Memes.
Because.
These nuts.
She doesn't want consequences, that's why.
Yeah.
Yep. She just has things in the book in order for the characters to do things. But there's no rhyme or reason for them to do those things. They just have to be there because it makes the book interesting.
Remember, everybody, this was published. You have a chance.
Yeah, for real, dog. Again, this is supposed to be the best one.
Correct, and it is the best one.
Yes.
I I don't know, man.
So Chase said that Lori followed them through the gap. They just never noticed that she was following behind them. And I'm not going back, Lori said. She crossed her arms over her leather jacket and scowled. Not until you come with me. Are you crazy? Ari gasped. Do you know what danger I have to face and soon? Lori, go back. Go back while they're still... There they are! Ari froze. Shadow unicorns. The fiery field was suddenly alive with the thrum of iron hooves and the glow of their red eyes.
Ari, at this point, there's no arguing. Just go.
Yep. She's
Also,
still gonna try,
going to abandon a child in the wilderness. It doesn't really fucking matter, does it?
Well, I mean, it's a field of like grass, and they could see the farm.
Oh yeah,
from the
right.
distance.
You're right. I forgot about that. No, wait,
Yeah.
I thought the cave was in the middle of the fucking woods.
Maybe not in the middle of it.
I remember them going a pretty far distance away from the farm and through the woods to get to it.
I mean, I guess, but then like Lori would still know where to go. It's in that direction.
And then she gets mauled by a bear on the way there. 100
Well, if they didn't
Loris
get 'em
versus
mauled-
a bear. Who wins?
Well, considering how loud she is, probably Lori.
Good.
The shadow unicorns surrounded them, flames curling from their muzzles, iron horns pointed at Chase's bronze chest. The leader advanced his head at a cocky angle, a sneer in his flaming eyes. Moloth! Lincoln growled. He bared his teeth. He came to Ares' side. Moloth, Chase said. Advance on me at your own peril. Moloth shifted his weight to his hindquarters, ready to charge. He was huge and powerfully built, with a thickly muscled neck. His iron hooves had been sharpened to a deadly point. By what? His herdmates jostled behind him at their eager whinnies to a threatening rumble. You have something that belongs to my master, he said silkily. Give it back and we'll let you go. Ares says, no, the scepter belongs to me. Mala says, you stole it, he grated. From my master, and I demand it back.
My meme is just, it's mine.
You
Yeah.
stole the scepter that we rightfully stole. Yes, this is how stealing works. And returning to the proper owners. That or it belongs in a museum.
It was not the shifters to begin with. Oh, sorry, Kaiser.
I'm sorry. Fucking delay. I was just saying. No, you were just to Raymond's thing. You were just talking about guys' taxes. It belongs in a museum.
Yep. It was not the shifters to begin with, Ares said. It was obtained through treachery. And you took it across the gap, Moloth said. The balance of magic must be restored. We shall settle this. He pawed at the ground, his evil eyes glowed. But not here, and not now, Chase said. You know the rules, Moloth. Will you trespass now? He surged forward eagerly. He despised the shifters' herd leader with a special hatred.
Ah, there it is again.
But why, though? Yep. But why do you hate him with a special hatred?
They used to like make out. It's kind of a.
No, I was about to say you hate somebody, and then there's the way you hate somebody where you do jazz hands over and over. You know, kind of give it a little zest.
Okay, if I saw a horse doing jazz hands, I would be unnerved.
Yeah, I'd be all like, "Is this back in the barnyard? Like, what the fuck?"
But yeah, just like, why a special special hatred. Like, why?
I was about to say
We
I
don't have
regret
any
we didn't make
history
it
for
drinking game.
Moloth.
It's a unique,
Drinking game.
special hatred. I swear.
Yeah.
For if you do, we shall fight to the final death.
What is a final death?
The final death.
Oh, you know, it comes after second death. Ah, and what about brunch? Death. Breath.
Dog.
Well,
I don't
no,
think he knows
that's-
about. I don't
That's
think he
the
knows
little
about.
death. That is the little death that you use to revive yourself for second death and for final death.
I don't think he knows about second death.
That is true. He does not know about second death. So how can he know about final death?
Is this
Or
Vampire the
death?
Masquerade? Okay, Vampire Unicorn sounds badass.
It does.
I feel like that's somebody's fucking profile name I heard before. Vampire Unicorn. No, I'm thinking a zombie unicorn. No, never mind. Thinking of the wrong
I was thinking Unicorn of War.
person. He did get mentioned in chat earlier.
Did he?
Yeah, because I think somebody was all like, if only Unicorn of War was here, he'd know what to do.
Imagine if we brought Unicorn of War on here just to listen to me reading Unicorns of Balinor.
That would be funny.
That would be funny. Specifically because his name has unicorn in it.
We just bring him on, and it's in the middle of this fucking series. He's got no reference point whatsoever, and we just tell him it doesn't.
Yeah, we just drop
I
him.
mean, he's got as much reference point as anyone else at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, to be fair, we did take a long break, so you may as well just fucking use that thing from fucking MIB on me.
Yeah.
Neuralizer.
Neuralizer, thank you. Can't see that thing again. Anyway.
Yep. We will meet again at the appointed time, Moloth, she said sternly. Even you cannot flout the deep magic. She held up the scepter. Scepter, what shall Moloth do? You have two options, the unicorn head said. Its voice was tinny and dry in the desert air. One, you can charge Her Royal Highness and His Majesty and try to squash them for that. Or two, you can give them safe conduct into the Valley of Fear. Aerie suppressed the desire to give the scepter a good thwack. It wasn't the scepter's fault that the deep magic always offered choices, without regard for the consequences, but you never knew about beings like Moloth. Sometimes they took the wrong option just because they were evil and didn't care about the consequences. But if nothing else, Moloth's fear of his master, the Shifter, was greater than his desire to maim and kill.
That is
You mean Antia? The Shifter?
our enemy. I was gonna say, why does the deep magic offer choices like this? Like, that wasn't established, but it just does. Also, why are you using it like a magic fucking 8-ball? That's all this is. It's a glorified magic 8-ball at this point.
This
Yeah.
is so stupid, says Izanagi.
Yes.
You're so stupid!
So Chase says, safe conduct to the slopes of Demon View, Moloth, or you die here and now. Moloth rolled his lips back from his teeth. Aerie and her little band were outnumbered 3-1. It wouldn't be Moloth who would die here in the fiery field, and the Black Unicorn knew it. But his master had demanded the first challenge, a trial by fire. He reared and screamed at them, a wordless bellow of hate.
Good.
So-
Excellent. I'm glad
Cool.
that he's being dumb.
Yep. So they,
I mean, every time I hear about, like, oh, hey, I'm just going to do a simple thing that the heroes can clearly escape from, and then I just going to assume that it went to plan. I have a gun.
Exactly.
Yeah, for real.
It's like, the scepter is back in the world of Balinor, right? As long
Yeah.
as it's here, magic should be rebalanced, right?
No,
No, actually.
when you take it out of the world, it short circuits and you have to flip the switch. And to flip the
Oh.
switch, you need to do the trials.
It's
I'm glad
it's
they
like,
explained that so concisely instead of it
it's
being
like someone
bullshit.
trying to like redo the breakers on a port. Like you gotta like flick everything.
Yep. So Eri wants Lori to go back through the gap, but Lori rightfully says, like, they will chase me through the tunnels, and she's like, ah, fuck, they probably will. Get up behind me then. On Chase, on my belt. Hang on to my belt. Lori clambered onto Chase's side and onto his back. The unicorn rose easily to his feet. He could take 4 times the weight of the 2 girls without any problem. Go now, Moloth hissed at them. But we shall meet again, and soon.
And literally, Moloth is just like traveling behind them like 5 feet until he gets to the point. It's like, okay, hi again. I'm here to challenge you. You've been here the entire time. It's good to see you again, my rivals. We shall fight to the death. It's like, you've been here the entire time. It has been so long since our last meeting. Oh my god, Moloth.
Moloth, are you okay? Like, do you need to talk to someone?
Moloth, go home. You're drunk.
I think the writer didn't have a plan for these books. Yeah.
Probably not.
I'm pretty sure the writer just decided, you know what, fuck it.
I'm getting paid anyway.
Yeah. She wrote all 8 of them, like, I'm pretty sure within just over a year.
Yeah.
I was about to say, this is a paycheck.
Yeah. They would make it through the fiery field to the snow-covered flanks of the mountain. They had made their way over Demon View through a terrible blizzard, so Eri was certain that they would make their way back. They had the scepter now, and Eri had gained command of the first magic. They would make it to the shore of the 6th sea, she knew that. But there was one thing that she didn't know, and it haunted those dark hours that they struggled through the safety of the shore. What had happened to the time? She had been at Glacier River for less than half an hour, and yet Lincoln had waited for her by the pit, a wait that had been long and terrible. He hadn't lost all that weight in half an hour. And the moon was now full. It had been the shifter's moon before, a night of no moon at all. What was going on? Captain Treadwell and his ship, the Dawn Walker, should be waiting to take them home to Balinor. She had left instruction that they should wait 3 days, but she knew more than 3 days had passed here. Would the captain be there? They watched the other side as the sun rose in the east, flooding the calm waters of the 6th sea with warm and welcoming light. Eri sat on Chase and looked desperately up and down the coastline as they made their way to the beach. The Dawnwalker wasn't there.
Bum, bum, bum! Also, did Lincoln pass out?
No?
Then why isn't he just telling them, yeah, by the way, it's been like a month. Or whatever. It's been forever since you guys were here last. And also, the Dawnwalker isn't there because I sent the foxes back, and they left on the Dawnwalker, probably. And I somehow made it to the unicorns because Toby saved me, and he can just do that.
Apparently.
Yep.
I'm still on the fact that he's a celestial unicorn or whatever.
Why?
That's how we were introduced to him.
Was it? I thought that was like a thing that got revealed like in this book. My bad. Okay, I'm really out of it.
No, we were introduced to him as a celestial unicorn, and Atalanta was like, "Hey, Toby, you don't look like you're a celestial unicorn. I can use you to go down to the world below and to spy on me."
God damn this book.
Literally just, hey, I can use you as a double agent because you don't look like us.
Yep, exactly.
Atalanta is racist. Confirmed.
So, Chapter 7, at the water's edge on the beach. She trusts the dream speaker, but doesn't know about the deep magic and all that. Lori is with her, and so is Chase. Yada yada yada. I don't understand about the time, she admitted. I asked Lincoln where Basil and Dill went. He said that they left for the Dawnwalker 2 weeks ago. But Chase, we were only in Glacier River for a short time. What happened? Approximately 15.5 minutes have passed in the other side of the gap compared to 2 weeks and 1 day and 4 hours in Balinor, the scepter said from Ares' weapon belt. This is a function of the time-space slip that occurred 10,000 years ago when Balinor split off from. Aerie closed her hand firmly around the unicorn head to shut it up. Do you mean, she said after a stunned moment. Yeah. That time is not the same on the other side of the gap? Time, the scepter mused. Time is not the same anywhere. Afraid of a long and confusing lecture of the nature of time, Aerie said thank you politely and tucked the scepter away. Wow, she said then. Poor Lori. So do we want to talk about this? This big thing about time not being the same between Earth
there's that pin.
And Balinor?
You got to rip that bitch out.
I was gonna make a joke with the pen.
Yeah.
Was that not mentioned before?
No.
No, it wasn't. We hypothesized it, but...
It's now confirmed.
Thank you.
Hey, Raymond, Kaiser, do you remember how long Ariana was on the other side of the gap for?
Months. Literally 6 months.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay.
Do you want to...
has someone... Okay, I need to ask before I go and do this. Has either of you done the math on this yet?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't, but I
Twy,
value my
hit me
brain
with that
cells.
sweet, sweet math. What is 6 months in this time scale?
well over 200 years.
Uh-huh.
Ari, your parents are dead. Your family's dead. Your kingdom is gone and buried. It is dust.
Everyone you know and love is dead, and frankly, you don't deserve anything else.
Oh my god!
Why did they introduce this?
I don't
Because
know.
fuck it.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think of like what's the exact purpose of this, like long term, like even in the short term, in regards to the, whatever the hell the story has in mind. Like, there's just no reason for this to be here.
Yeah.
Just... literally the only reason that I can think of as to why she brought in the time fuckery between Balinor and Earth is so that Lori won't get in trouble with her parents when she finally does go back home. That she doesn't have to worry about traveling through Balinor for weeks or months on end.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Instead of actually taking the bull by the horns and having an interesting plot point, you're just avoiding out of it.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And in return, introducing the fact that Aerie is looking for her parents, but it should be 200 years into the future in Balinor time, and yet everybody acts as though she's only been gone for 6 fucking weeks.
Months.
No, weeks, pretty much.
Oh!
Like, most remember, in the second book, when they went into Balinor Village, most people didn't even seem to realize that the shifter had taken over shit.
Right, shit, you're
See,
right.
this is what happens when you try to just band-aid your story, your plot points problems.
This isn't a band-aid, this is chewing gum. And it's half chewed.
Yo!
Yep.
There's barely any saliva on it.
It's all dried up.
Yep. So, God. I was in grade 7.
Time is bendable, yeah.
I was in grade 7 when I decided to read these books for the first time in a couple of years. And that's when I discovered all of these problems with with the book series, was this particular plot point in particular was just like, I was floored. And you know me, I can't do math to save my life. You give me like a grade 7 math equation, I will die.
I gave her a 4th grade math assignment, and she couldn't figure it out.
Yep. Yeah, it's true.
And on that day, she became Twilight Guardian.
And like,
it was like your soul gem unlocked in Madoka. It was like,
like the fact that even like in 7th grade, reading these books, I couldn't do math to save my life, but even with my shit ass attempt at doing the math, I could tell from the obscenely large number, because I didn't like divide or whatever. I forgot to divide, something like that. That like there's no way that Aries' parents would still be alive, or her brothers for that matter. And I'm just like,
guys, the education system is great after all. Look at that.
Oh no, we're pretty sure that is specifically a particular teacher that fucked me up, because my mom said that I was actually really good at math until I got specifically into grade 4, where I had this really, really cranky ass teacher who seemed to hate kids, and she got on my ass about math.
Oh.
And then from then on, I just hated math. And then when I took an education assessment right after graduation, I was post-high school comprehension in literally everything but math, which was grade 4.
Which sucks, because math is so useful.
Yeah. So, having one bad teacher can really mess you up.
Honestly, yeah.
You should sue him. But don't ask what his dollar amount should be.
I mean, the person's probably dead by now. Like, she was already really old.
She has an estate, probably.
Possibly, yeah.
What the hell?
And she's not here to defend herself. Even better.
Okay.
No, people just like, yeah, she's old. She's probably not here.
Right.
Celtic is just like, yeah, get that bitch.
Look, this is what happens when you think like a lawyer.
That's fair. Fair enough.
I hear great robbing, but this shit is ridiculous.
No,
Great
but you
robbing.
see, this way it's not robbing. This way it's legal.
Oh, Lord.
So, yeah, I remember Lightning and I had done the math for this as well. And we had come to the conclusion that it was like 230 years or something like that. Something very close to that. And it was like, yeah, there's absolutely no way.
There's no universe.
So, yeah. Like, in any of the previous books, from what you remember, do you remember at all that it seemed like time had really passed at all in Balinor when they got there?
No. Everything about this makes no sense. Like, I even just like intuitively, my brain was like, there is something fundamentally wrong about all of this. People are casually walking around, and like Entia, like this evil demon, like has agents everywhere, but also doesn't. And it's like, I don't understand why anyone cares.
Yeah. And like, he just took over the royal palace, disrupted things in the entire country, and yet the main village that the country is named after, or the village that the village that is named after the country, which you would think would be like the main village of the entire country, like
next to the
capital city.
The capital.
It's not near the castle, apparently.
No.
But even they haven't really noticed that anything has changed. They apparently don't notice that their king and queen and the royal children are gone.
Or that there are a
It's
bunch
just
of fucking
business as
demon
usual.
horses around.
Yeah.
But remember, they don't have bears, but they do have tigers. Except when they have bears.
Oh my god, I forgot about the friggin' bears.
Yeah.
They have bears.
No, they didn't have bears. People were confused when she said bears. They didn't know what bears were. And then we learned that they do have bears.
Yep.
They do have bears.
They do have bears.
Look, it's Schrodinger's bear, okay? They both do and do not exist at the same time.
Schrodinger's Kodak.
So yeah, that's the major stupidity of this book, is the whole time thing.
Noted. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Try to figure out the timeline because I
Sorry, go on.
legitimately... No, I was going to say try to figure out the timeline because I legit could not figure it out.
So
Well,
it's
this is,
basically every 15 minutes is 2 weeks. So every half an hour is a month. And then so every 6 hours is a year, pretty much.
Every day is 4 years. So...
Yep.
Let's see.
And then you times that by 24 days for a month, and then you times that by 12.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's 2 weeks, that's 2 times 14 times 24
Mm-hmm.
times 60 times 60. And then... So we're looking at... Oh god, what is the math on this? Do I divide the 900 divided by 2419200? We're looking at a 3% time distortion. That means that 1 second, 1 minute in our world is 3 in theirs? No. Oh god, I don't know how to do that. Time math is like the one math that I don't know how to do. It gets fucking wonky. Oh no, sorry. I read there is an e to the -4.
Oh.
Oh. That's a little more concerning.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's continue this book before I start blowing my brain out with this.
Yeah, math tends to do that to you.
This is not the math
Yep.
that I want to be doing.
Okay. She would have been able to return to the farm with no one the wiser, Chase agreed. Scepter? Aerie brought the scepter out again. I'm sleeping, the scepter retorted. You can go back to sleep in a second, Aerie said. A second of Balinor time. Ha ha, the scepter said grouchily. Where are Basil and Dill? Are they all right? In the forest of Ardit chasing voles.
Okay.
Moment of silence.
I just, thanks for the answer. Great. I'm glad they're not doing anything about the evil.
Do you remember
Oh!
what happened in book 3?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Oh no, they've gone evil.
Oh, well.
Or she completely fucking forgot that they're all meant to be vegan.
Yep.
Okay, hear me out. What if they're just playing games?
No.
Oh.
Dill will have a cub in the spring. Basil remains henpecked.
I've heard the term henpecked before, but I can't remember what it means.
It basically means that the wife controls the husband.
Oh, okay.
It's a
Whipped.
demeaning. It's basically whipped.
It's henpecked. Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah. No. It's just like they're chasing voles. They're gonna eat them because Dill is pregnant with cubs, and she forgets that the law of Balinor is that you can't eat meat.
They've been doing it on the side secretly. They've actually been evil this entire time.
No one in Balinor enjoys a good steak.
Yep. Nope.
Fuck steak, a good ham steak.
I was gonna say, this is just pregnancy cravings.
Yeah. You just imagine your pregnancy cravings being a fucking a cannibal.
I just absolutely love that everything in book 3 is just being fucking retconned, and I don't think she even realizes what she wrote.
Yeah, this is like the Rise of Skywalker of these books, where it just completely fucks over the previous one.
Yeah. Does Atalanta know where we are? No. Will the watching pool send her visions of us as it has before? And if not, why not? Aerie added hastily. The watching pool is dark. When you took me out of Balinor, you upset the balance of magic. You must meet the 2 challenges to restore the balance. Then the watching pool will clear. How much depends on those 2 challenges? Aerie asked, but she was pretty sure she didn't need to know the answer. Or she didn't want to know the answer. There are many possibilities. 1. You will fail the challenges and the watching pool will remain dark forever. Or 2. You will not be able to resume your place as High Princess of Balinor. Or 3. Lori will not be able to return through the gap to her own time and place. 4. That's enough, Aerie said shortly. And it was. She didn't need to know any more. Everything depended on her beating the shifter.
Yes. No shit. So, I'm going to go do the thing that I was already going to go do. Great. Excellent.
Yep.
Woman pregnant. Next village next village over is now empty of people. Coincidence? I think not.
I do love, and using love sarcastically here, how there is just so much repetition. It's like, you have upset the balance of magic. You must do these trial by fires and these ordeals by moonlight.
You've upset the natural order!
God, I'd rather be watching Billy and Manny than this.
I mean, yeah, watching a good show over this, definitely.
Yeah.
So, suddenly a miracle happens. Do you see it? He called. On the horizon, the white sails of the Dawnwalker. Aerie went to stand beside him. The ship was on the horizon, sailing straight for them. The hull was deep green, and she could even see the beautiful figurehead of the Star of the Morning on its prow. She could just barely pick out the gold letters that spelled the ship's name.
That's convenient.
Yep. So, the ship docks on the shore. We see Captain Treadmill and his first mate Choir. I don't remember if we met him in the last one, to be honest with you.
I
Been
think
such
we
a long
did,
time.
and we just didn't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like us, yeah.
Choir says that he got startled by seeing her in the shifter's army uniform. Tell me the news, Captain. We know what happened, of course, Your Royal Highness, Captain Treadwell said. His bright gray eyes looked brilliant in the tan of his face. He scratched his brown beard thoughtfully. Tobiano showed up dockside a few days ago and gave me orders from Atalanta. I am to take you to where you need to go. I'm not sure I know where, Aerie said ruefully. I had no idea that taking the royal scepter out of Balinor would cause such trouble. I didn't mean to do it. I came through the gap right after Lori, and when I tried to return using the scepter to open the way, she swallowed. Kylie's slitted yellow eyes would haunt her for a long time to come. Anyway, one of the shifter's creatures barred the way. We should have been there to help you, Choir said. We are supposed to be here to protect you. How could you know what was happening? Aerie looked at them both with affection. So many people had risked their lives to help her. When the when the Resistance sent Chase and Aerie to Glacier River to hide them from the shifter, the palace servants Annalie and Frank had come along to act as her guardians and foster parents. They had both been servants to Aerie's father, the king. But Captain Treadwell and Choir had no real reason to come to her aid, except that they were loyal subjects. And now
they
that
had
she
no
was
reason
going
to come to their aid because Atalanta doesn't know where Ari is and shouldn't have been able to predict that she would be at the shores at this time and needed a lift. So,
yeah. And now she was and now she was going to have to involve them in the dangers ahead. Entia, the shifter, has issued 2 challenges. Do you know anything about it?
sorry,
I was waiting for it.
I was taking my meds. Look, this book, you need some extra help to get through it.
No, I was like, you know what? Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah. 2 challenges? Captain Treadwell said. I have no idea, Your Royal Highness. Tobiano just said that we were to take you to where you needed to go. A trial by fire and an ordeal by moonlight, Aerie recalled. And I'm not to recognize...
We are halfway through the book and we still don't know what these fucking trials are!
Yeah.
Dude, these trials have more hype behind them than Super Saiyan and is 10 times more flaccid. And we haven't even gotten to it.
It's as flaccid as everyone's unicorn horns.
The captain shook his head. I do not know, milady, but the ship and I stand ready to aid you in any way we can.
Ask your Magic 8-Ball. Hey, Magic 8-Ball staff, what are the challenges exactly?
So, they go to have dinner. Lori goes to sleep. Lori was asleep in the hammock. Aerie looked at her. She hadn't yet told Lori that she didn't need to be afraid to go back to Glacier River. That time was different here in Balinor. She rubbed her eyes. So many decisions. But she couldn't do everything at once. She would have to wait until the 2 challenges were over to help Lori get back to Glacier River. Until then, there was no way for her to get to the Dream Speaker to ask for help. Sorry again, she said softly to the sleeping girl, but I'll help you get back, Lori, I promise.
Fucking hell. It really sucks. like you need to rush her to get back, but you couldn't. It was all because of the time dilation thing, so that Lori wouldn't get in trouble. But because, my God, none of this makes any fucking sense. My brain is going to explode.
Yeah.
If Lori had just stayed, it would have been fine.
Mm-hmm. She didn't know that, though.
They also didn't know there was a weird time dilation, so being away for more than an hour would have been fine.
Yeah.
Right.
So, well, for Lori, it would have been perfectly fine. For Aerie, it wouldn't have been, because if she stayed for an hour, then, like, years would have passed. Whoops. She's already been gone for, like, hundreds of years.
Apparently.
Well, so,
Apparently.
He said, was it 15 minutes is 2 weeks? I'm going to try this math one more time. So that means what? It's 15 minutes is 2 weeks. That means it's 2 months per hour.
Yes.
So if she stays away an hour, it's just 2 months of time in universe. But she doesn't know that. She thinks that things go by on an even basis. So she could stay an hour and not realize that she's causing problems and just explain things to Lori's parents, but then learn, oh, I don't have to, and then she realizes, oh shit, I gotta get back.
Yeah.
I'm back from finishing Madoka Magica. What happened? No, you're coming back from a much better show than this.
Yeah,
for sure. So she goes and has a bath, and then she gets dressed, and then she goes to the captain's cabin. The captain and choir were seated at the large round table he used as a desk. It had been set for dinner with dishes from Balinor. Eri slid into her chair and looked at the cups and plates. They were blue and white, painted with figures from the lords and ladies of the king's court. Eri recognized Dr. Bones dressed in formal court attire, her expression lively and alert, and the young prince next to her was Eri's brother Bren. Tears prickled Eri's eyes as she ran her thumb over his painted face. "It's hard to remember," Choir said softly. "Have courage, milady." "I miss my brothers," Eri said. Her legs ached, a sudden and unwelcome reminder of the terrible injuries that she sustained on the day of the great betrayal. And the first time that they've been mentioned this whole book.
Yep. Also, man, we get more information on your relationship with Dr. Bones than we do any of your other family members.
Honestly, yeah. Just, yeah. It's almost like her parents don't actually matter. They're just set pieces for her to go do shit. They might as well be fancy lamps. Where am I? "I haven't seen them since the day the shifter took over the palace," she blinked back tears. "Well, no shit."
Yeah, that would be the great betrayal. Please stop repeating your fucking self.
The captain looked at Bren's face on the plate with a stern affection. "His Royal Highness, I remember him so well, milady. They say that you and he used to play at sword fighting in the great courtyard. You must miss those times." "Yes." Eri drove her hands through her hair to press away the memories. Then she put her hands on the flat of the table and said firmly, "No more, Captain. I won't look back. I'll look forward from here on." She accepted a dish of fish and vegetables from Choir and began to eat hungrily. I guess
fish
fish
don't
aren't
count.
animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess they're pescatarians now.
She was starved. She felt as if she hadn't eaten for weeks. "I can't help but think about the past now. It will make me too sad. And there is too much to do. I don't have any time for grief." She swallowed hard, choking a little on the food. "But I do miss them, my mother, my father, all of them. And I will regain the throne, Captain."
I'm glad you can tell a stranger this, ma'am. I am a boat person. I can't do anything about the. Just like pats her back awkwardly. There.
Also, like, he wasn't part of the royal court. He's just a loyal subject, and yet he remembers her playing with her brother.
I thought you said that was
they were
rumored.
kids. Maybe?
Go back a page. They say you.
Yeah, they say you. Yeah, okay. But he said, "I remember your brother. I remember him so well, milady."
Oh, you're right. Maybe her brother traveled around a lot. I don't know.
Maybe? I don't...
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Yes.
Yeah.
But we'll have to go through this first. While you were freshening up, a great black bird landed on the forecastle. It carried this on its beak. Curious, Ari unfolded the paper. At first glance, it appeared to be an announcement for a unicorn race. It looked brutal. 20 jumps over a 3-mile course. The smallest of the jumps was 4 feet 6 in height, and the highest was close to 6 feet. Many of the jumps looked strange. She blinked. Were there jumps over pits of fire? To be held in Duridia, she read out loud. Where is Duridia? Captain Treadwell frowned. A half-day sail from here, south by southeast. Or so the charts say. I have never been there. And there is a very good reason, Your Royal Highness. The Shifter's forces almost wholly occupy it. It is one of his strongholds. It is the land of heat and fire, they say, unwelcoming and cruel. Ari looked at the end of the announcement. Her hands grew cold. A red rose was inscribed at the bottom. The thorns were sharp and long. The leaves were mottled with black mold. The heart of the red rose was infected with disease, leaving black spots and cankers on the petals. She set the paper down. Well, she said, her mouth dry. This is it, then. The trial by fire. Choir nodded. I'm afraid it is, the first challenge. You and His Majesty the Sun Chaser will have to ride the steeplechase tomorrow, and you will have to win.
Dun dun dun.
Fucking
As if we
finally.
didn't already
648
fucking know this.
pages, halfway through the fucking book, 52%, and we finally know what the first challenge is after it was mentioned in the first few pages.
Yep.
This book is awful.
Yeah.
This series is awful.
Yeah, remember, like, the majority of the books are like this, where literally nothing happens but the characters fucking about.
How does
And then,
Choir
like-
know anything? Did he get caught up on all of the important information that he would know that she, I don't know, that they would know what's happening? Who drew this petal? It's very nicely done. This is a very well-drawn rose for a very elaborate. You didn't need to do that. Just draw a little tiny rose in the corner or something. I don't fucking know.
No, it needed to be specific, because the first rose for the trial by fire had to be stained with disease and have a sharp thorn, because the second one will be white, and it'll have, like, bugs crawling all over it. They are very specific.
All right, well, I'm thoroughly tired by that.
And
Yeah.
the king shall fall on Caliban, and the... I'm just going to stop right there, actually. I'm not going to dignify this with a good prophecy.
Okay, does anyone have anything they want to announce before we sign off for the night from this nightmarishly boring book?
I'm very tired. There's a reason why I haven't said anything in the last half hour, because holy shit.
Well, go take a nap, my friend.
Yeah,
You've earned it.
Thank you,
yeah,
sir.
go to your bookcase.
Thank you.
Oh
shall
my god, that would
return-
actually be a dope name for, like, your stream setup. Welcome to the bookcase.
I was going to actually delegate hello, my lovely letters.
Aw.
Ooh. Oh,
Okay,
no,
that's
call them leaves.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Leaves of paper.
No, I like that too. Ooh, crap.
See, we
Think
can
about
come
that later.
We come up
Letters
with
can be
better
your membership.
ideas.
Letters can be your membership.
Yeah, we come up with better ideas when we're this freaking tired than this chick in a whole year writing these books. Anyway, in terms of having things announced, I just released my newest video last week. Comfy Lilin doesn't understand power scaling or freerun. I'm pretty sure most of the people here probably already watched it, but if you haven't, go do so. We're nearing, like, I don't think it's at 10K views yet, but I know we can get it higher, okay, if possible. So please check it out. It's the first video I made in a while. A lot of it's game B-roll footage, but it's a response video. And I hope everybody enjoys it if you decide to check it out. And please share and like, comment, subscribe, and all that shit.
It's a great video. Please watch it.
Yeah, even if you don't really care about the subject in regards to power scaling, I feel like I added at least something to that conversation.
Twi, you got anything you want to talk about?
No, but I do have a monitor on the way, so hopefully my laptop will soon be fixed. And I won't have to worry about it anymore, so I can get shit done.
Excellent, excellent. And obviously, I announced Fixing Ruby Volume 7 coming out June 6th of this year.
Woo!
I'm already nervous about how much work I'm going to have to put in, but, you know, I've
Don't
got...
Don't worry. You only have 16 days.
Yeah, well, episode 1's almost in a viewable format. I just gotta do a little more cleanup and get some final art in, but I'm just, like, looking at the rest. Like, I don't want to do the work. I still have to, like, record and cut other things up.
16 days.
Anyway, yes, don't forget, every Friday, Bad Fan Fiction Night. Join me and Twi as we're going through Shadow the Conqueror so we can read a different bad book.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's about all for now. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.